Whatever happened to conversation? I mean, when was the last time you said to a friend, hey, let's go for a drink? I really want to text with you. 1800 tequila.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
It's a gorgeous September evening in Cincinnati as we bring you Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Inside Great American Ballpark, the Cubs and Reds open up a 4-game series. The Cubs just 2 games back of the Pirates for 4th in the NL Central. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. Good start to this trip. The Cubs won 2 of 3 in New York. A 6-run 11th did the trick late last night at Citi Field. The Reds coming off a 4-5 trip. Bob, the Cubs playing well here lately, and they've done something that they failed to do for much of the first 4.5 months, and that is hit with runners in scoring position.
You know, Len, not only hit with runners in scoring position, but do big damage. Look at the extra base hits. 4 doubles, 2 triples, and 3 home runs over their last 7 games with runners in scoring position, really maximizing those opportunities.
So tonight it'll be game 15 of an 18-game season series. The Cubs have dropped the first 4 of 5 in this ballpark, and they'll turn to Rodrigo Lopez, who tries to end a 3-game losing streak.
Now, Rodrigo Lopez, we know very well by now. After 5 innings, you have to be extremely careful. Against the Reds last Tuesday, went 5 2/3. He scattered those 8 hits, gave up only the 2 earned runs.
Dontrelle Willis lost to the Cubs at Wrigley Field a week ago tonight. He's made 11 starts this year, 8 quality starts, but he still doesn't have a win.
Well, and the walks are a big thing with Dontrelle. He has really explosive stuff, as witnessed by the 8 strikeouts against the Cubs, but he can also pitch himself into some big-time jams, so you got to be patient against the lefty.
So Lopez for the Cubs, Willis for the Reds. 2 teams very familiar with one another. The Reds lead the league in home runs. The Cubs coming up with a lot of clutch hits here lately. We'll have all the action next.
The home side is something going on.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Find deals on over 9,000 items during Menards Fall Catalog Sale. Update your lighting with Nadir Lighting. Right now, the Encana collection is on sale, featuring chrome finish and opal glass. A semi-flush ceiling light is $24.99, and a 6-light chandelier is $79.99. Get painting done faster with Wagner. This quick-touch electric roller can apply 1 gallon of paint in 10 minutes. A complete kit includes accessories for both trim and corners. $39 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Cupid.com would like you to meet George.
Hiya, drink.
George has been sitting on that bar stool pretty much every night for the last 5 years trying to meet someone.
Okay, maybe next time.
Fact is, today, more people are meeting online at places like Cupid.com than ever before. Cupid.com is free to join. You can even download an app to your mobile phone. And if you want to arrange a meeting in a bar, you can.
Hiya, drink.
Maybe not. Are you looking for love? It all starts with dating. And now, dating is even easier when you do it online on Cupid.com.
Cubs haven't won 3 in a row in almost a month. They can do that tonight with a win in Cincy. Cubs and Reds, first pitch coming up. Hi, I'm David Kaplan, back in our downtown Chicago studios. We'll get you back out to Len and Bob in Cincinnati in a moment. But first, this sports update. Cubs will face Chris Carpenter for 2 more years at least. Cards and the right-hander agreed to a 2-year contract extension worth $21 million. He was due a $15 million option for next season. Carpenter is 9-9 this year after starting the season 1-7.
The relay throw back into
Meanwhile, the Bears started the season 1-0 with a resounding 30-12 pounding over the Falcons yesterday. Every phase played outstanding, including the defense, which was led by pressure from the defensive line. Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan harassed most of the game, and all the talk after the game was about the play of Henry Melton. And that praise continued today on a Victory Monday at House Hall.
We have talked a lot about Henry Melton because he's new coming on the scene. I think he validated that a little bit, why we're so excited about what he can be. He had an outstanding game.
Our D-line was what we did offensively was exciting for us on defense, and our D-line was, that's something to build on right there. You look at the way everyone's talking about Henry. Pep is Pep. We know what he can do, but all those guys up front played hard. Nick Reed came in, did a good job for us. Izzy always, I could name them all again. I got it yesterday, but they all did a good job for us.
First pitch between the Cubs and the Reds coming up in moments. Have you ever wondered what it's like to watch a game with me and Todd Hollandsworth? Well, tonight you can. Join us during the game on CSNChicago.com for the Cubs in-game chat presented by our friends at Captain Morgan. We'll talk baseball and answer all your questions throughout the Cubs and Reds game. That is a wrap from here. After the break, we'll head to Great American Ballpark. Cubs start a 13-game stretch against NL Central opposition, beginning tonight against the Reds. Rodrigo Lopez, Dontrell Willis, Len and Bob have to call next. You are watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.
With newly refined styling, the 2012 TL is meant to be seen. With a premium 8-speaker sound system with iPod integration, it's meant to be heard. And with an available 305 horsepower engine, it's most definitely meant to be driven. The Acura TL. Aggression in its most elegant form. Find exceptional offers on a great selection at your Acura dealer today.
A little more, and whoa.
Yeah, nice.
Agents, what do we have here?
An Autobotome. I've only heard about these.
And
we can save them hundreds by combining their auto, boat, and home policies, all under Farmers.
Exactly.
Are these legal?
Yeah. No.
We are insurance.
We are Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
To speak with a Farmers agent in your community, call 888-96-FARMERS.
Heading to St. Louis for the Big Cubs Cards weekend? Reserve your room in Casino Queens Riverfront Hotel. Just a home run away from Busch Stadium. Enjoy dollar drafts in 7 Sports Lounge, where beer is a cold 29 degrees. Feast on the finest with our game day menu. Catch a hassle-free ride to the game on the Queens Free Shuttle. For special hotel and ticket packages, visit CasinoQueen.com, home of the loosest slots.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular foot-long subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T U-verse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Welcome back to Great American Ballpark as the Cubs continue this 7-game trip. Landed in Kentucky at about 5 o'clock this morning after a late night in New York. So I think everybody slept in. But they're ready to go as they take on the Reds, as we mentioned, already for the 15th time here in 2011. The Cubs Southwest starting lineup, right-handed heavy against the left-hander Dontrell Willis. Castro with a long hitting streak, career best 12-gamer. Reed Johnson in right, Ramirez, Baker, Soriano, and Bird in the middle. Giovanni Soto, the catcher. Darwin Barney had a big night last night. Rodrigo Lopez will hit 9th.
And let's take a look at the Reds defensively. Brought to you by Degree. Yonder Alonso in left, Dave Sapelt in center, Jay Bruce over in right field. It'll be Juan Francisco and Paul Janisch on the left side of the infield. Brandon Phillips and Joey Votto on the right side. Devin Mesoraco behind the plate caught most or all of Dontrell Willis's 13 outings at AAA Louisville. And Dontrell Willis, the left-hander, on the mound.
29 years old. He's certainly pitched well enough to win a few times, but he hasn't won any. And this will be his first outing in a week's time.
You see his pitch selection: fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. Relies mostly on the fastball and the slider. And usually the key for Dontrell is his ability to spot that slider for strikes or throw it out of the zone when he chooses to. Mentioned the 5 walks at Wrigley when he last faced the Cubs. Had a real overpowering fastball that day. Got 8 strikeouts, but did walk 5 Cubs hitters.
Let's see the umpires. That actually is not the umpire list. Rob Drake is behind the plate. Al Porter at first. David Rackley at second. And Gary Darling, the crew chief, is over at third. So Castro will lead it off. A 12-game hitting streak. He extended it last night. He only went 1 for 7, but he did have a hit.
Talked at length when Dontrell Willis started against the Cubs at Wrigley Field last week. The changes that he's made in his delivery. Those of you who remember Dontrell in his Florida Marlin days might not recognize this delivery. He's really abbreviated the leg kick, shortened up everything, keeps his head more over his body, over the rubber. And the idea being that with less movement on the mound before he delivers a pitch, he's going to throw more strikes.
And the 3-0 pitch missed badly inside, and Castro's on base streak now at 25 games.
Good approach by young Starlin Castro. Of course, he had very little choice laying off that 3-0 pitch. It nearly hit him in the foot, but Dontrell Willis will pitch himself into hitters' counts. He will give you opportunities to make things happen against him if you're patient.
Reed Johnson playing right. And appearing in his 99th game this season, takes a breaking ball low. Degrees, very comfortable here in Cincinnati. No wind really whatsoever as we get started. Willis is 6'4", 225 pounds. An 8th round pick of the Cubs in 2000. Alameda, California.
When you mentioned the right-handed heavy lineup tonight for Mike Quade, that's the way most teams choose to attack Dontrell Willis. He's held lefties to a 137 batting average. Not only that, but he's averaging 8.5 strikeouts for every walk against left-handed hitters. The righties, on the other hand, are hitting 295 with just 1.13 strikeout per every walk. Righties somewhat nullify that nasty slider.
Does mix in that curveball more than he used to. Mostly in terms of breaking balls, that slider. Pretty close, didn't get the call, and it's 2-2.
To sneak a fastball by Reed Johnson on that outside corner, just a little too far off the plate for Rob Drake. Good take that time by Reed.
And back to the seats.
There's the platoon splits we were talking about just a moment ago. Right-handers banging him around pretty good. 4 of the 5 home runs he's surrendered have come to right-handed hitters. Hey, even with his abbreviated delivery, it still has to be tough for a lefty to pick that ball up. Lots of elbows and kneecaps.
Base hit into center. First and second with nobody out. Well, the Cubs scored 6 times in the 11th inning last night to run away with a 10-6 extra innings win, and looks like they picked up right where they left off. Actually, it was early this morning, not last night.
You know, sometimes operating with very little sleep, and they went through their normal pregame routine today, but a lot of times when you're a little bit fatigued, that's when you play your best baseball, because you don't overthink anything. You just react to what you see, let your instincts take over. Hopefully that'll be the case for the Cubs tonight.
Ramos Ramirez, who had the game-winning 2-run single in the 9th on Saturday, and he takes ball 1 inside. It was an emotional night last night in New York, the 10th anniversary of 9/11. Very somber pregame ceremony. That's drilled into the left field corner. Fair ball. Castro will trot home. Johnson on his way to third, and Ramirez has a double. It's 1-0 and still nobody out. Runners at second and third.
We showed you in the open of the show the improved numbers for the Cubs with runners in scoring position, and it continues here in the first inning tonight. Ramos Ramirez not only driving home Starlin Castro from second base, but doing it with an extra base hit. Reed Johnson and Ramirez now in scoring position for Jeff Baker.
33 doubles. Check that 35 for Ramirez. And that leads the team. Now Jeff Baker. He enjoys hitting in this ballpark. 8 for 19. Swing and a miss. 1-1. And 3 of those hits have been home runs. Inside. 2-1.
Gaudy numbers here at Great American Ballpark. And this park will surrender its share of home runs. We've talked about it every time the Cubs have come here. Very good park to hit in. Good batter's eye in center field, and the ball just seems to jump to every part of the park.
It was a good changeup to make it 2-2. Willis needs a strikeout after walking Castro, allowing a single to Johnson and an RBI double to Ramirez. Almost hit him. 3-2. Soriano's on deck.
Dontrell spraying him around pretty good here in this first inning. Just can't seem to find a good release point to find that strike zone consistently. That big slider from Dontrell Willis. The approach almost has to be like if you're facing a split-fingered fastball pitcher. See it up. He has a lot of downward movement on that sweeping slider. If he starts it below the waist, it's probably going to end up out of the strike zone down and into a right-handed hitter. If you see it up, a much better pitch to hit.
Another 3-2, and it's low for ball 4 to load him up. Dontrell not happy with the home plate umpire, Rob Drake, at the moment.
Yeah, our Corona Extra pitch tracks will show you why he's not happy. Pitch number 7 appeared to be right there at the knees in the middle of the plate. It's been a very tight zone here in the top half of the first inning for Dontrell Willis.
So the pitching coach, Brian Price, out to talk it over as the Cubs try to hang a big crooked number on the Red starter here in the first inning. Look at our AT&T Uverse multi-view with Johnson at third, bottom of your screen, Ramirez at second, and now Jet Baker over at first. Swing and a miss. Soriano came off the bench late last night. Pinch hit 2-run double as part of that big 6-run 11th. Base hit left field. Johnson in. 2-0.
Die to hero. The Cubs' success with runners in scoring position continues here. Alfonso Soriano picking on a fastball, 90 miles per hour, lines it through that hole on the left side of the infield. Ramirez had to hold up momentarily at second base just to make sure that line drive got through, so no choice for Ivan DeJesus but to throw up the stop sign for Ramirez.
Nobody throwing yet, but there is some stirring out in the Reds' pen as the first 5 Cubs have reached. Marlon Byrd ground ball to third. Francisco up with it. They get 1 at the plate. That's the first out. Base is still loaded.
Bird with his typical aggressiveness chases that first pitch, hits the little chopper to Francisco at third. A better throw to home. They may have had an opportunity to turn a double play, but when Mesoraco had to go down to a knee to get that low throw, no chance to get Marlon to first base.
Giovanni Soto. Wonder if he wasn't ready to hit. To run back into the dugout.
Still putting on his batting gloves. Quick at bat by Marlon Byrd. Didn't give Gio enough time to even get up into the on-deck circle.
I guess we could say Gio's pinch hitting for himself here in the first inning.
Catchers are used to that, though, Len. There's so many times the last out of the inning is made. You're leading off the next half inning. Barely have enough time to get in that dugout and take off your shin guards.
Yanish, Phillips, and the relay's late. That'll give Soto an RBI as Baker's in. 3-0. Runners at first and third.
Gio hits it in the right spot. Nice play by Paul Yanish with the sliding stop at shortstop and the quick throw to Phillips to get the force at second base. But just too much time had elapsed. Gio able to leg it out at first for an RBI fielder's choice.
So RBIs for Ramirez, Soriano, and Soto here in the first inning. Still not done. The 8-hitter, Darwin Barney, takes a strike. 3 hits last night, a double, 2 knocked in, played really good defense. He had been struggling at the plate. Charged by Francisco. And the Cubs get 3 as they send 8 to the plate. Rodrigo Lopez to the mound when we come back.
When shopping for the lowest price on a new or pre-owned vehicle, visit JerryHaggertyChevrolet.com. Jerry Haggerty guarantees you rock-bottom prices and a pleasant, no-hassle shopping experience. Serving the Glen Ellen Wheaton community for over 23 years. For value and integrity, it has to be Haggerty.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Find deals in over 9,000 items during the Menards Fall Catalog Sale. Save energy with insulator kits from Dennis. They seal out cold air and prevent frost. An indoor 1-window pack is 99 cents after rebate. An outdoor 5-window pack is $6.96. Get prepared for winter with MTD. This 21-inch single-stage snow thrower has a 179cc electric start engine and an auger-assisted drive system that handles even the toughest snow. $329.
Save big money at Menards.
You think you colder than me? Turn on the radio. Me. Turn on the TV. Me. Turn on the movies. Me. So what you got?
Coors Light?
Don't mean nothing.
Ice Cube is cold, but Coors Light is super cold.
Oh, it's on now.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Now the Reds Southwest starting lineup, trailing 3-0 right off the bat. Second in the league in runs, first in home runs. Phillips, Sapelt, and Votto at the top. Bruce, Alonso, Mesoraco in the middle. Francisco, Giannis, and Willis hitting .385 at the bottom.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Degree. Soriano, Bird, and Johnson across the outfield, left to right. Ramirez, Castro, Barney, and Baker across the infield, third to first. Giovanni Soto doing the catching for right-hander Rodrigo Lopez. Lopez, like a lot of other players on this Cubs roster, not only pitching and hoping to do well here tonight, but possibly pitching for a spot on this roster next year.
Facing the Reds for his second consecutive start.
Boy, and when you look at this Reds lineup, Len, against a right-handed starting pitcher, the key is going to be Votto, Bruce, and Alonso, the three left-handed hitters in the middle of this Reds lineup. All three capable of going deep. All three very patient hitters. Will take their walks. Will work a lot of hitters' counts.
Brandon Phillips takes a fastball inside, 4-1. He's been hot since being inserted into the leadoff spot. He had the day off yesterday, his first off day in about a month. A high infield pop-up. And it'll be handled by Darwin Barney. Make sure you watch Cubs replays on demand. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Here's Dave Sapelt, rookie center fielder. He pops one into right. Reed Johnson drifting over near the line, makes a grab. 2 quick outs.
Not a drop of wind here at Great American Ballpark tonight. Very comfortable evening. But balls put into play, especially in the air, should play very true, unlike at Wrigley Field, where depending on the wind, it pushes balls either foul on the first base side or foul on the third base side. Flags hanging straight down out there in center field.
Now the reigning NL MVP, Joey Votto. Leads the National League with 100 walks. And a diving attempt. Darwin Barney can't get it. Votto makes a big turn. He's going to hold with a 2-out single. He's trying to become the first Red to hit .320 in 3 consecutive years since Hall of Famer Ernie Lombardi did it back in the 30s in 4 consecutive years. And he went into that at bat at exactly .320.
Covered a pitch that was off the plate away, an off-speed pitch, weighted back, drove it right back up the middle of the field, even though he hit it off the end of the bat. Still a ringing line drive into center.
Now Jay Bruce, the right fielder, 30 homers. He's knocked in 90. Caught the outside corner for strike one. Lopez has never lost to the Reds. 2-0 with a 4.37 in 8 career appearances, including 7 starts, so mostly as a starter. You alluded to it right off the bat. These 3 left-handed power hitters will probably provide some headaches for Rodrigo tonight. This is a very difficult part of the order. Who's going to get it? Castro, no, Barney. Got by Starlin. Barney really didn't have much of a play. And it's an infield hit for Jay Bruce. Back-to-back 2-out singles. Well placed, I think, would be the best way to describe this little ground ball.
The first 2 of the big 3 left-handed hitters in this lineup, both going back up the middle of the field. Kind of an odd-looking play. Castro kind of dove over the top of that ball. Marnie had a real tough backhanded chance in shallow center field, and Bruce able to leg it out for a 2-out infield hit.
Now the rookie Yonder Alonso hitting over 400. He has gone 9 for 16 with a double, a homer, and 4 RBIs against the Cubs. Playing left field, which has been his main position here in the big leagues to this point. First baseman by trade. We've chronicled his defensive struggles in the outfield, but he's going to make some money because of his bat.
Boy, he can hit. Yeah, I got to think this kid's got a chance to be one of the better hitters in the National League if he can find a position to play on a regular basis.
Missed a changeup, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, nothing definite yet for the offseason for Yonder Alonso. Some sentiment among people close to the Reds that maybe he should go to instructional league and play outfield every day just to become more accustomed to the position. Possibility maybe go play some winter ball somewhere just to get more reps in the outfield so he becomes more comfortable at that position.
Fastball is up and away.
I was just thinking, Len, you know how in spring training, if a guy wants to get some at bats, you send him to the minor league camp and all they do is hit. They hit for both teams in a minor league game. Maybe they'd send Alonso to instruction league, just have him play left field all day.
Designated left fielder.
They know he can hit.
Yeah. I think he went. He did. Gary Darling agreed. And that's the inning. Couple of hits, no runs. 3-0 Cubs.
To equip the Lexus ES with standard features more like the Mercedes C300, you'd have to take out the 6-disc CD changer and leather-trimmed seats. With the BMW 328i, you'd also lose the power moonroof and 17-inch alloy wheels. And some others in its class? Forget wood detailing or sound-dampening windshields, to name a couple. But why would you want to do that? The Lexus ES. Standard is nothing short of extraordinary. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
At Transamerica, we are the tomorrow makers. We're making tomorrows like clockwork. For all the different things our customers planned for. Like a college education. Or the perfect wedding. We're making them a better financial future. What can we make with you? Transamerica. Transform tomorrow.
Our next generation of power comes with care. Discover the next generation of deodorant. New Dove Men Plus Care combines the power of 48-hour protection plus our caring 1/4 moisturizer technology. Introducing a deodorant that is tough on sweat, not on skin. New Dove Men Plus Care deodorant.
Apple Vacations and the Chicago Cubs are going to take a trip to the Dominican Republic, and you can join. Stay 7 nights at the Iberostar Hacienda Dominicus with your favorite Cubs players, including Keith Moreland. Go to applevacations.com/Cubs to learn more about this exclusive trip. Now we want to welcome you back to the Cubs TV booth after your fun weekend in Arizona, the 10th anniversary of the Diamondbacks World Series title that you managed, and you said it was a pretty good turnout.
Oh, I think there were 33, maybe 35 players from that 01 team, including Lyle Overbay, who's playing for the 2011 team in Arizona. Just great to catch up with the guys once again. Look at some of the old highlight videos and remember when we still had hair. A special thank you to Jeff Swanson from the Diamondbacks for all his efforts in organizing the group. Not an easy thing to do, bringing people in from all over the country, and everybody with the Diamondbacks organization. Great hosts for the weekend, and they're having themselves a nice year this year. Very excited about the 2011 Diamondbacks there in Arizona.
Swing by Lopez as he tapped it foul. Also, congrats to the Daytona Cubs. They are the Florida State League champs, sweeping the St. Lucie Mets, and Tennessee at AA with an opportunity to win a league crown as well going into the final series. That one punched just foul.
Yeah, congratulations to Buddy Bailey and Tom Pratt, Barbaro Garbe, the pitching and hitting coaches down in Daytona. They kind of sputtered a little bit in the second half, but boy, they found it and put it all together at just the right time. A 3-game sweep of the Mets of Port St. Lucie to win the Florida State League crown. Congratulations to all the Daytona Cubs.
That's low. He's run it full. 3-2.
Especially the ones that slept on the clubhouse floor last night. Minor league baseball is a little different than the big leagues. The guy busted back from Port St. Lucie as Lopez grounds one to Phillips. That's where ground balls go to die. 1 out. Yeah, a lot of the guys had already moved out of their apartments in Daytona, so when they got back after the championship game last night, they slept in the clubhouse. And given the pace of celebrating that was going on after that championship game, I imagine that was quite the fraternity party last night in that clubhouse.
Well, second time through the order now for Dontrell Willis. It was a taffy pull the first time through. He walked a couple, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs.
A taffy pull, I like that.
Oh, you like that one?
Yeah.
Drop that in every once in a while.
I actually know what a taffy pull is. I've been involved in taffy pulls before.
Are you a fan?
No. Okay. That's a lot of hard work. I like the taffy. I like the finished product.
By the way, speaking of the Diamondbacks, they extended on Saturday night, the game you went to, their home winning streak to 15 games before losing yesterday to the Padres 7-6. Still a comfortable lead in the NL West. As Giannis will throw out Castro. A couple of other races are tightening up. Didn't look like the wild card races would be races over the final 2 weeks, but Tampa Bay just swept Boston in a 3-game series. The Red Sox have now lost 5 in a row, and the Rays are within 3.5 after being 9.5 out under 2 weeks ago. They've got a big 4-game series at Fenway Park starting on Thursday. The Rays also have 7 more games against the Yankees. And in the National League, St. Louis just 4.5 behind Atlanta with 16 games left. Cardinals have won 5 in a row, including a sweep over the Braves. And they're in Pittsburgh tonight, trailing 2-1 in the second.
couple of weeks ago, it looked like it was just a race for seeding to see who the teams were going to play in the first round of the playoffs. But with St. Louis creeping back in and Tampa Bay creeping back in those wild card races, definitely a lot of baseball left.
Bunted by Johnson, but Willis got off the mound quickly, and he goes 1-2-3 in the second. 3-0 Cubs early.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Corona Extra, who invites you to find your beach.
Are we doing okay here?
Absolutely.
And what can I get for you? I'll have one of those.
The home side is something going on.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm the big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Honda received more 2011 J.D. Power and Associates highest initial quality awards than any other automaker. Let's see. Based on a survey of over 73,000 new vehicle owners measuring 234 models, highest ranked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Legal disclaimers don't get any better than that. Trademarked Honda logo. Go. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
Follow all of tonight's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at CSNChicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. Former Cubs manager Dusty Baker. His team still, as you saw, not officially eliminated, but their tragic number, as some people call it, 4 in the wild card and 2 in the NL Central. They're 14 games behind Milwaukee. Here's rookie Devin Mesoraco making his 3rd major league start behind the plate. They've all been against the Cubs. 2 in that series at Wrigley last week. We just had some dessert delivered.
Perfect.
Some red velvet birthday cake. It is Tom Brenneman's birthday today. Former Cubs announcer, voice of the Reds. That one hit a ton, but foul. How old is Tommy? Do we know?
Well, I just explained to the people here in Cincinnati that I've known Tom and Marty both for a long time, and Tom is now officially older than Marty. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but Marty hasn't changed a bit over the years. Tommy getting a little more gray, a little rough around the edges there.
Well, Tom gets older and his dad gets younger every year. Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
Foul the other way. There's the Hall of Famer.
He's had that very distinctive silver hair almost as long as I've known him. Tom is just developing the silver hair.
Up in the air out into right center, and Johnson will get to the spot.
Hey fans, check out the new Cubs Kids Club presented by ComEd, the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Help your favorite young Cub fan earn his or her pinstripes as a member of the Cubs Kids Club, and they'll receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise throughout the 2011 baseball season. Visit Cubs.com to sign up today.
Left-handed hitting third baseman Juan Francisco. Fastball just missed. Well, you're right. Small strike zone tonight for Rob Drake. These pitchers are not getting borderline calls. Changeup. That one might end up in the river. He hit it completely out of the ballpark. That's one of the longest home runs we've ever seen hit here. And it's 3-1. Wow. That's where Adam Dunn used to hit him.
HP home run replay on the Corona Extra pitch tracks. You'll see a changeup that hangs down and in right where Francisco likes it. This guy has a slider speed bat to begin with, and then you throw him an off-speed pitch where he can get the barrel on it, and this is the result, a titanic home run completely out of the stadium.
Officially, the longest homer here was hit by Adam Dunn off Jose Lima in 2004, 535 feet. Now, nobody else, at least going into this season, had hit one as far as 500 feet, but that one may have had a shot. Considering it landed in Kentucky.
Talking to some people from the Reds, they said Joey Votto hit one on that boat out there in center field, up above the batter's eye in center. Didn't get a distance on that, but that's a big home run too. But when you hit them completely out of the stadium and lose sight of the baseball, that's about as good as it gets.
Giannis grounds to Castro, 2 down. Is susceptible to the home run ball. Last year, full season with Arizona, he gave up a major league high 37. Can't take this guy for granted at the plate. Dontrell Willis.
I believe that's the 8th home run that Lopez has surrendered in his last 5 starts.
With 9 career home runs. See, Soto wants his slider at the back foot. And it's off the glove of Baker. Again, not the location Lopez and Soto wanted, and that ball was hammered into right. You could see as Soto was setting up for the pitch, he's putting his glove down near the dirt. That's not where the pitch ended up.
Straight out over the outer part of the plate, allowing Dontrell Willis to extend his arms. He's a great hitter. Just smashed that one right through Jeff Baker at first base.
We always say he's a good hitter for a pitcher. He's a good runner for a catcher. Dontrell's a good hitter.
Yep.
Sliders outside to Phillips.
And a dangerous hitter because he takes such a vicious cut. I mean, he has great hand-eye coordination. When he gets to 2 strikes, he does cut down on his swing a little bit, but boy, when he has an opportunity to gear it up and let it go, he doesn't leave anything in the bag. He's going to swing hard.
Has just tied it. An upper tank shot. Wow. They are just squaring it up here in the 2nd inning.
these HP replays to come while the Cubs are hitting another changeup that hangs over the middle of the plate for Brandon Phillips, and he does not miss it. Two of the longer home runs we've seen in this ballpark in a long time. First Francisco to right, now Phillips to the upper deck and left.
Well, Lopez getting beaten here in this inning on his secondary pitches. The slider and changeup. So all of a sudden a 3-3 tie. And for the Reds, they have hit 167 home runs. That leads the National League. Ground ball to second. This will end it as Barney throws to Baker. Two huge home runs. And it's now 3-3.
Endless Shrimp is our most popular promotion at Red Lobster. There's so many choices. The guests come in, they're like, yeah, I want to try this shrimp, and I want to try this kind and this kind. They wait for this all year long.
It's Endless Shrimp today at Red Lobster. Your favorite shrimp entrees like garlic shrimp scampi or new sweet and spicy shrimp. As much as you like, any way you like, for just $15.99.
Creating an experience instead of just a meal, that's Endless Shrimp. My name is Angela Trapp. I'm a server at Red Lobster, and I see food differently.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Come over here. You got your deep fryers, your grill. You're gonna take this and scrape off all the dripping. Follow me. And the grease goes in here. All of it? Not all of it.
Get deep flavor without the deep fryer. The new Subway Oven Crisp Chicken. Always baked, never fried. It's a taste breakthrough and part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal.
Do you need a resource you can rely on? DHCU is a resource you can rely on for safe, reliable financial services. With DHCU, you can rethink your monthly payments by refinancing any consumer loan, such as auto, boat, or appliance loans, and we'll lower your rate by 3%. Or reward yourself with Visa credit card rewards. Not sure if you can be a member? Reconsider. In fact, anyone within a 50-mile radius of Moline is eligible to join. DHCU Community Credit Union, a refreshing change of pace from your bank.
Best Buy offers you the perfect match promise. Bring home the big TV of your dreams. Satisfaction guaranteed. Well, this ballpark opened up in 2003. And we just saw two of the longer home runs ever hit here. Juan Francisco is the first player to hit one over the bleachers in right. We mentioned the long Adam Dunn blast. It actually went between the smokestacks in right center. But Francisco's is the first to actually clear the bleachers. 502 feet. It landed on the street between the stands and the Ohio River. Brandon Phillips' ball went 459 feet into the upper deck and left.
Is that all?
That's it. So 961 feet of home runs. Ramirez off the end of the bat. And Sapelt in right center for the first out.
Did you get a chance to catch any of the tennis action in New York over the past weekend?
Not in person, but I did watch on television, and a pretty good tournament. Rain got in the way, so that pushed the schedule back a little bit. I missed Serena's little blow up in the finals.
Kind of a controlled blow up.
Didn't she say at some point to the chair umpire, "Don't even look at me"?
Don't even look at me. I should have tried that with the umpires.
Yeah, there was a lot going on sports-wise in the Big Apple. You had the Cowboys and Jets play a barn burner. Cubs and Mets, and then the U.S. Open. That ball is foul as Bruce could not catch it. With a 2-1. That's low, and it's 3-1.
Another borderline pitch that goes the way of the hitter rather than the pitcher.
Now it's full, 3-2.
Every umpire has their own style. They call their own strike zone within the framework of the rule book. But I've always been of a mind that an umpire that calls a lot of strikes early in the game gets the batter swinging the bat like Jeff Baker just did with his opposite field home run.
Well, the ball is flying here tonight. Jeff Baker with his third of the year, and the Cubs have the lead again. It's 4-3.
Don't go anywhere tonight. Man, this ballpark is playing like Wrigley with the wind blowing out. And that borderline pitch that Dontrell Willis did not get the call, number 4, would have been strike 3. Instead, a hanging breaking ball out over the plate. Nice piece of hitting by Jeff Baker. Our HP home run replay. An opposite field blast to give the Cubs the lead.
Soriano ground ball to Giannis.
Time is running out in the 2011 baseball season, so don't miss your chance to see Cubs baseball at Wrigley Field. Tickets are still available for the remaining home games, including bleacher seats. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office.
We told you Jeff Baker has always hit well in this ballpark, and that continues. Baker with now just 20 official at bats. He's hit 4 home runs here at Great American. Up the middle and into center for a base hit. So Bird is aboard, and that'll bring up Giovanni Soto.
Perfectly placed ground ball, even with Brandon Phillips' tremendous range. Can't quite get to it on the left side of the bag out there at second. Even if he comes up with it, Bird's going to leg it out. 2-out base hit for Marlin.
Pelt can't make the catch as he bangs up against the padding of the wall. Bird's going to score. Soto on his way to third. Throw there. Out. The run counts. It's an RBI double for Soto. He is gunned down at third on a nice relay throw. And then the Cubs get 2 to grab the lead once again. 5-3.
think Toyota value could get any better? How's this for a start? Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, the first complimentary maintenance plan offered by any full-line brand. Get coverage for 2 years or 25,000 miles and 24/7 roadside assistance. Peace of mind. Only better. And right now, your local Toyota dealer is offering amazing 0% APR financing on 8 of your favorite Toyota models. Toyota.
Mark.
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So, how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
Tomorrow on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, tune in as Starlin Castro and the Northsiders battle Joey Votto and the Reds in Cincinnati. It's a division rivalry driven by Mazda. Cubs, Reds, tomorrow night at 5:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, fans' best friend.
Tomorrow, Cubs baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Tune in as Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs go head-to-head with Jay Bruce and the Reds. Coverage starts at 5:30 with Chevy Cubs pregame live. Cubs Reds tomorrow at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Fans' best friend.
Giovanni Soto with a big double to the gap in left center. Dave Chappelle looked like he was in a pretty good position to make the play. It just tipped off the webbing of his glove. Alonso has a little trouble picking it up, but a perfect relay throw. Man, I think the Cubs got hosed down there at third base. Soto was leaking oil coming into the bag. Good quick tag by Francisco, and they get the call from home plate umpire Rob Drake, who had rotated around to make the call at third.
Start to this one. 5-3 Cubs. Votto, Bruce, and Alonso against Lopez. Needs a shutdown inning. Marlon Byrd drifting into left center. One away.
Boy, anytime you retire Joey Votto, it's a big out. But when you can retire him on one pitch, that is really special. That's a young man knows his strike zone as well as anybody in the game. To retire him on one pitch, that makes this whole inning and hopefully further into the game a lot easier for Rodrigo Lopez.
I talked to Votto before the game about how and when he learned to be so patient. He said when he was in Billings, Montana, early on in his minor league career, he studied the best hitters, left-handed hitters in baseball. Barry Bonds, Todd Helton among them. And essentially, Bobby deciphered what made them so great, and he said it was that they waited for their pitch. And he really tried to emulate both and has done very well at it. And has become an elite hitter and was the MVP last year. Pretty smart guy.
Yeah. Well, I think a big part of that, Len, is having enough confidence in your own ability to be able to hit deep in the count, whether you're ahead or behind in the count. So many hitters want to get their at-bats over with quickly because they don't want to get to 2 strikes, as Jay Bruce takes ball 4. They feel like once they get to 2 strikes, they're going to see the opposing pitcher's nastiest stuff, and they don't have enough confidence in their own ability to battle against that nasty stuff. But for Joey Votto and some of the other elite hitters in the game, they've realized that even when behind in the count, they're still dangerous hitters.
So a one-out base runner for Alonso, who struck out in the first inning. Runs, 11 hits, and 3 homers combined, and we're only in the 3rd inning. discuss matchups all the time. I think it's a bad matchup in terms of the starting pitcher and the home plate umpire for both teams.
Yeah.
Both these guys need to get those borderline strikes, and they're not getting them. In there that time, 1-1.
I started to talk about it before Jeff Baker hit that opposite field home run. It seems like in the past, umpires that call a big zone early, as you get a look at that last pitch on our Corona extra pitch tracks, if you call a big zone early, the hitters are going to be more aggressive. They're going to swing the bat because they know it's a big strike zone. Then as the game progresses, they narrow it down a little bit to where the strike zone should be. But by then you've established that guys are going to swing the bats tonight. When you start out the opposite way, calling a small strike zone, the hitters start to keyhole the pitcher. They're only going to swing at pitches they absolutely are looking for. That's when the pitch counts go up, the time of game goes up, and it makes it extremely tough on those pitchers. You know, a good idea would just be to call the strike zone as it's written in the rule book all the time.
Inside, and it's 2-2. Another rookie on deck, Mesoraco, the catcher. And he's run it full, 3-2. See if Bruce is on the move here.
Borderline pitches may have just nipped the bottom of the strike zone on the outside corner, but as we've come to expect here in the early going, not going to give you the borderline pitches.
Bruce does run, and that ball is tapped foul. See Wrigley through the eyes of former Cub players in our all-new VIP Living Legend Tour. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity gives you the chance to hear the stories from the players who lived them firsthand. Join legendary former Cubs player Steve Trout for the last Living Legend Tour this season on September 23rd at 10:30 a.m. For more info or to purchase tickets, call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com. Bruce ran before. He'll probably run again on this 3-2. And they had him leading, but he's able to get back in time.
Ever so slightly leaning, but he didn't have that big of a lead off first base, so he was still able to dive back in head first ahead of the tag of Jeff Baker.
Bruce goes, swing and a miss, throw to second, inning over. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. 5-3 Cubs after 3.
Are you curious about new ideas? Do you want to learn a new language? Or just a new word? Maybe you want to know more about anatomy or astronomy. You could master something new or uncover a hidden talent. There's never been a better time to learn.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Now get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months.
The home side is simply going now.
Some watch simply for the love of the game. Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Tomorrow, it's a big-time Central Division showdown as the Sox battle the Tigers at home. Don't miss a division rivalry driven by Mazda. White Sox, Tigers, tomorrow night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
The fourth inning is brought to you by KFC. Feed 4 or more with a KFC 10-piece family feast, just $20. A struggle for Dontrelle Willis tonight. The Cubs have scored 5 times already. As Darwin Barney, the number 8 hitter, leads off the Cub fourth. And strike one. Up the middle and a leadoff single for Barney. Well, as you look at Dontrelle Willis' career, a 2-time All-Star, was the Rookie of the Year with Florida in 2003. I think the main reason he had issues in Detroit and Arizona is couldn't find the strike zone.
And even though he's yet to win a game here with the Reds, his ERA much lower. He's been a much more consistent pitcher, and I think it really is the result of tightening up his mechanics a little bit. Very early on when he was a youngster, he got by on natural ability, even though mechanically he was doing some things that you would prefer he did not do. But when a guy's having success, you don't change him. When he started to struggle a little bit, that's when everybody started to mess with his mechanics and try to figure out why he was not as effective as he was earlier. And ultimately, Brian Price here in Cincinnati got him to shorten up that windup, shorten up the leg kick, keep his head a little more still on the mound. And he still struggles with his command from time to time. Boy, not easy to get a sacrifice bunt down with the third baseman right in your chest and Dontrelle Willis on the mound. Joey Votto getting a late break from first after holding on Darwin Barney, but we've talked about Willis and what a great athlete he is. He really bounces off that mound in bunt situations.
Deep counts for Lopez, who worked a 3-2 count before grounding out in his first at bat.
Took a stab at ball 4 right there. That pitch appeared to be up and out of the zone away from Rodrigo Lopez, trying to push it to the right side. Unfortunately, just fouled it back into the Reds on deck circle.
AT&T trivia question. Name the 3 non-Hall of Famers who have more hits than Hall of Famer Johnny Bench has as a Red.
Actually got this one right earlier this afternoon.
They will be honoring Johnny Bench this weekend. On Saturday, outside the Reds Hall of Fame and Museum, they'll unveil a bronze statue of the Hall of Fame catcher. All kinds of trouble here for Willis. 2 on, nobody out. Starlin Castro, the NL hit leader, at the plate. A walk and a ground out.
Starlin Castro got his big league career started right here at Great American Ballpark. What an impressive debut that was.
Hit a 3-run homer in his first at bat, would drive in a major league record 6 in his major league debut. He's taken 2 curves for strikes in this at bat, 1 and 2. Castro has 20 games of at least 3 hits. That leads the National League. He's done it again 20 times.
And this is part of what makes Starlin Castro such a good hitter. His ability to foul off tough pitches, sometimes pitches that are way out of the strike zone, keep his at bat alive, force that pitcher to throw another pitch, and hope that they make some kind of a mistake where you can hit it hard.
Backdoor sliders outside, 2 and 2. He saw right-hander Jarrett Burton up in the Reds bullpen.
I would say Willis trying to throw a backdoor slider, but Mesoraca was set up low and inside.
Right field for Castro. It'll get down. Coming around to score is Barney. Lopez will stop at third. It's a double for Castro. That extends the hit streak to 13. It's his 188th hit of the year, and it's 6-3. They've got their 3-run lead back.
Corona extra pitch tracks. One more breaking ball. This one out of the strike zone, up and away, but Castro recognized it, stayed on it, flipped it down that right field line, and anybody other than Rodrigo Lopez running at first base, he would have had 2 RBI on that play. Bruce had some problems with that ball down in the right field corner. But with nobody out in the inning, no sense on taking any chances with your starting pitcher running the bases.
Kind of interesting. Second big league season for Castro. He now has 327 hits. Only 2 Cubs in their first 2 years with the team have ever had more hits. Glenn Beckert had 335 back in 1965 and 66. Castro should be able to pass Beckert at some point here over the final 2 weeks. Bill Everett had 381 hits in 1895 and 96, and I don't think they were even the Cubs yet. Ground ball to short. Lopez hesitated. He's going to be out. I don't know why he hesitated if he's going on contact there, but he did. And Paul Giannis gets him at the home plate for out number 1. So that'll be a fielder's choice for Reed Johnson. No RBI. Still 6-3.
Boy, it's rare when you play your infield back and are still able to throw a guy out at home plate. I think maybe Lopez kind of freelancing there on his own, because if he's going on contact, Starlin Castro should have been going on contact also. Castro froze when he saw the ground ball right at the shortstop, but Lopez tried to sneak down that third base line and was gunned down at the plate.
Way outside to Ramirez. 1-0 the count. The vibe here tonight is a high-scoring night. It's still really early, and you just don't want to give up runs and make outs when it's unnecessary.
As as I mentioned, the Reds were conceding the run. They were just going to take the out at first base, but when Lopez got such a late break off third base, Giannis realized he had plenty of time to throw home and keep that 7th run off the board. Another guy that likes hitting against this Reds ball club. In the equivalent of about a full season, 163 games. Great numbers.
That is going to stay fair. Actually, good play by Francisco. He knew it was going to stay fair. And he tried to apply the tag, but could not get Castro. Bases loaded after the infield hit.
Talk about getting caught in between. Juan Francisco wanted to let that ball roll and hope it went foul, but he realized it was not going to go foul, so he tried to scoop it up and apply the tag, but Castro just does get on that bag before Francisco can make a play.
And that would have been, by the way, a forced play, so all he did have to do was step on the bag, but didn't get there in time. That'll be it for Dontrell Willis. It's the Toyota call to the pen. 9 hits already for the Cubs. They're threatening to get more. Already a run in here in the 4th.
Whoa, you went to a Subway restaurant. What are you saving up for? Are you buying a private island?
No.
Building your own space station?
No.
Are you getting a robot butler?
No.
Upgrading to bionic legs?
What? No.
Are you building a secret city at the bottom of the ocean?
No. I just like saving money on the food I like.
Oh, I knew that.
Right now, you can get a super combo for only $5. That's any regular 6-inch sub plus today's soup for only $5. Subway, eat fresh.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, trade up to our best Sierra ever with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Jennifer. Whoa.
Wow. Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
It's the Toyota call to the pen. Right-hander Jarrett Burton recalled on September 1st. And that day made his season debut with the Reds. Most of the year has been on the disabled list, coming back from shoulder surgery. Rough night for Dontrell Willis. His line not yet complete. The 3 base runners still on his record. Jeff Baker. Baker has walked, homered to right, and scored twice. Just got a piece of it. It's 1-1. There's Castro. He doubled home Darwin Barney. Reed Johnson, the runner at second, and Ramirez just reached on an infield single.
changeup that time by Burton. He features a two-seam sinking fastball, a cut fastball, and that straight changeup that you saw right there. Got the swing and a miss from Jeff Baker.
Cubs still looking for their first grand slam of the year.
Mesoraco with a runner at third base. Able to quickly turn that glove around the other way, fingers down to make sure it didn't get between his legs, and holds the runner at third base.
From Westminster, South Carolina. He's a big dude, 6'5", 224. They've got some really big pitchers. And he struck him out on a breaking ball, 2 down.
Sliders you'll see from Burton. He does have that pitch in his arsenal. He just doesn't use it very often. You know, Len, we take a lot of heat from the fans sometimes when we say, for example, that a player on an opposing team is he's never hit an inside the park home run, and the next pitch the guy hits an inside the park home run and they blame it on us. If it were only that easy, I mean, we've said it repeatedly every time the Cubs get the bases loaded. They don't have a grand slam yet this year. Cubs looking for their first grand slam, and we're still waiting. If we had that kind of power, the Cubs would never lose.
That's right. By the way, in terms of the Reds staff, they have 8 pitchers who are at least 6'4". They have 9 guys who weigh at least 220 pounds on their pitching staff alone. And then there's Travis Wood. 5'11", 175.
The run of the litter.
Soriano.
Travis Wood liked it when Daniel Ray Herrera was here because he felt like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar compared to him. Daniel Ray Herrera is about 5'0".
We saw him with the Mets over the weekend.
Yep. Professional baseball teams used to have players from the organization go around and play in charity basketball games in the offseason. Maybe the Reds were stocking up for those charity hoops games. Wanted to make sure they didn't lose any of those games to high school faculties.
That'll be fair for Soriano. 2 more are in. Castro and Johnson. It's a double. 3 RBIs for Soriano. And the Cubs lead 8-3.
Keep the line moving. Sinker actually down out of the strike zone, but that's right where Fonzie loves that pitch. Down there around the knees, maybe even lower. Little hooking line drive into the left field corner to plate a couple of more.
These runs again charged to the starter, Willis. Cubs are now 5 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Everybody 1 through 8 has at least one hit. The only guy in the lineup without a hit is the pitcher Lopez.
So far, he's been able to make all the plays, but Mesoraco really struggling since Burton has come into the game. A lot of late movement on his pitches, and Mesoraco has had to make some very late adjustments to keep the ball from going to the backstop. Now, that makes a big difference, too, when you have an umpire that's already calling a tight strike zone, and then you're not able to receive the ball in a manner to maybe get some calls. It just compounds the issue, and you're going to find yourself in a lot of these hitters' counts.
Cubs have gotten their bats hot. 10 runs last night. More than half came in the 11th inning. And we're not even through 4 tonight, and they've put up 8 more. How about a laugher tonight? The last 5 games the Cubs have played have been decided in the winning team's final at bat. This team plays more close, tight, tense games than any I can remember. Change up, hit foul. Burton ready for another 3-2. Into shallow right. Jay Bruce will make the basket catch, and that'll end the inning, but the Cubs get 3 more. Now lead 8-3.
Find deals on over 9,000 items during the Menards Fall Catalog Sale. Update your floors with Rapid Lock hardwood flooring from Floors of Distinction. They feature tongue and groove edges for easy installation. 3.5-inch natural or Cambria oak is $259 a square foot. Brazilian cherry is $279 a square foot. Improve your lighting with Patriot Lighting. This 24-inch vanity light from the Pasavia collection has a satin nickel finish and frosted glass, $49. This 5-light chandelier is $129.
Save big money at Menards.
Heading to St. Louis for the Big Cubs Cards weekend? Reserve your room in Casino Queens Riverfront Hotel. Just a home run away from Busch Stadium. Enjoy dollar drafts in 7 Sports Lounge, where beer is a cold 29 degrees. Feast on the finest with our game day menu. Catch a hassle-free ride to the game on the Queens Free Shuttle. For special hotel and ticket packages, visit CasinoQueen.com. Home of the loosest slots.
Let's answer tonight's AT&T trivia question. Name the 3 non-Hall of Famers with more hits than Hall of Famer Johnny Bench as a Red. Well, you've got the all-time hit leader, who is not in the Hall of Fame, Pete Rose, Barry Larkin, and Dave Concepcion also on that list. That's a pretty good group right there.
Not bad.
Wow.
Pretty good start to a ball club right there. Although you have 2 shortstops, one of them is going to have to move over to the other side of the bag.
No runs, no drips, no errors. Krylon, right? Yeah. There's Mesoraco, the catcher. With the Cubs now leading 8-3. Down the middle for a strike. Well, these are all big games now for the Cardinals as they try to get back into the wild card and possibly the division race. Are 6 games behind Milwaukee. But they're down 3-2 in Pittsburgh. Pirates 3, Cardinals 2 in the 6th.
Time to take a look at our Xfinity high-speed action. Well, the high speed was the bat of Juan Francisco on this titanic home run to right field. Completely out of the stadium. That became catfish food, that baseball. Xfinity high-speed action. Xfinity high-speed action.
That's what it was.
It was. And just in case you didn't hear me the first 3 times, that was our Xfinity high-speed action.
All right.
Lopez really making an effort to stay away here. Everything out over the plate, off the outside corner.
Lined into center for a base hit. We'll bring up Paul Janisch. Last night, partner used a franchise record 26 players with the expanded September roster, and I don't know if the Reds will use that many tonight, but we might see about 13 pitchers because Jared Burton got a couple of outs. He will be removed for a pinch hitter. Todd Frazier on deck, and Dusty has a lot of guys at his disposal.
Yeah, 8 bench players. He had 12 pitchers before using Jared Burton, so yeah, we could see quite a parade of relief pitchers coming in from that bullpen in the ball game tonight.
Hit hard on the ground foul. There's Frazier on deck. It's Carlos Fisher up in the bullpen. Slider a little bit outside. Atlanta is trailing at home against the Marlins 2-1. They're in the top of the 5th. Chris Volstad against Brandon Beachy. Long run, Reed Johnson. Darwin Barney over there, and neither can get it. Right near the tarp.
Not much foul territory in that particular area. Both guys had a long run to get there and then try to protect themselves against that tarp. Nice effort by Darwin Barney, but comes up just a little bit short.
This ballpark looks even smaller after spending 3 days in New York. Very spacious Citi Field, a lot of foul territory. Deep dimensions. Now full 3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on the high heat.
Which is up out of the strike zone, but that's a good location. Paul Janisch is a pretty good high fastball hitter, but if he can scoot it up there just a little bit higher than he can handle, he'll still chase it. Full moon.
Nothing on the pinch hitter, Todd Frazier. Bouncer to Ramirez. He'll take the short throw over to Barney. They force Francisco. And that's it. 8-3 Cubs.
Hyper Loco, Chicago sports on the go. Be the first to know everything about your favorite teams, right from the palm of your hand. Your teams, right now. Download the free Chicago Sports app now.
Right now at Luna, get 70% off all floors. Plus, get $200 off by scheduling your free estimate at Luna.com. There's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
You can depend on the staff at Ace Muffler Clinic in Rock Island to keep your car running its best. We've got the expertise and we'll get you taken care of now. Call Ace Muffler Clinic for any problem with your vehicle. Our free estimates give you the information you need to keep your vehicle running smooth and safe. For your convenience, we're open 7 to 5:30 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. For brakes, tires, exhaust, and shocks, and a whole lot more, see us for fast, friendly service on all import and domestic vehicles. Serving the Quad Cities since 1955, Ace Muffler Clinic in Rock Island.
Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Text footlong to 29653. If you are the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway.
We
Busy scorecards, especially in the Cubs half of the ledger. Through the first 4 innings, 8 runs on 10 hits. And the Reds already on their 3rd pitcher. This is righty Carlos Fisher.
See the numbers for Fisher this season in 13 ball games. He features a 2-seamer, a cutter. He throws an occasional slider. Doesn't really throw any kind of an off-speed pitch other than the slider. I watch Carlos Fisher throw. It reminds me of the javelin in the Olympics. He has a real long arm stroke. Really extends that right arm out behind his body before delivering the pitch to home plate.
Soto with a couple knocked in with a fielder's choice ground ball and then a double. Tried to stretch it into 3 and was thrown out. He rolls to Francisco.
Fisher as he extends that right arm way out behind his body in an effort to hide the pitch from the hitter, and then turns and drives toward home plate.
For a strike. Base hit center field. The 27th annual Cubs convention takes place at the Hilton Chicago January 13th, 14th, and 15th, 2012. Rooms are available now by calling the Hilton Chicago at 312-922-4400 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes go on sale in early November. For more info, visit Cubs.com. Lopez tried to lay down a bunt in the 4th, but Dontrell Willis wouldn't let him. He walked him instead. Through that pitch, 1-1.
If you had enough confidence that Rodrigo Lopez would make contact, it'd be a great time to pull a hit and run. The Reds really have a broken up infield defense as that ball's being delivered. Giannis perched on second base. Phillips running toward first. Votto and Francisco both charging from their corner infield positions. All kinds of holes in that infield. But the key to the play is to have the batter at the plate, in this case a pitcher, make contact.
Runner goes, and Lopez actually bunted through it. Okay, that worked out as Barney's safe at second, and now Lopez can maybe bunt him to third.
We showed you the long arm stroke of Carlos Fisher, and that makes it easier for a base runner to get a jump, get an extra couple of steps as you're extending that right arm way out behind the body, and that time Barney able to steal the bag.
Lopez now swinging away and fouling off. Still 2-2. Working with what seems to be a comfortable 5-run lead, and he's trying to get his first win since August 15th. 3 losses and a no decision since. Chased a bad one, 2 down. Well, Barney stole second during the at-bat, so it's just like a sac bunt.
If you say so. Well, at least he's in scoring position for the top of the order.
Breaking ball there. 1 strike on Starlin Castro. Braves have tied the Marlins 2-2 in the bottom of the 5th. And the Cardinals, with 2 in the 6th, have taken a 4-3 lead in Pittsburgh into the 7th. Albert Pujols with a go-ahead 2-run homer, is 35th of the year. He's hitting .298.
Remember in April when everybody was asking the question, is Albert done? Well, no, he's not done.
Since the All-Star break, he's hitting .321. Slugging over 600. Actually, since the break, he's been Albert Pujols. Pretty much his career great stats. Castro gets a hold of one. Deep center field. Gone! On top of the Reds bullpen. 10-3.
Season for Starlin Castro, our HP home run replay. Got out in front of a breaking pitch, caught it off the barrel of the bat, giving him 60 runs driven in this season.
Actually 61. Knocked in a run in the 4th, so 3 RBIs tonight, matching Alfonso Soriano in this game. Bad for a guy who has hit leadoff quite a bit. Johnson skies to Jay Bruce. Cubs now pulling away, leading by 7. It's 10-3.
Welcome to Nissan.
Altimas, please.
There's so much to see. Nissan has a better availability of vehicles than Toyota or Honda. So you can save now. More cars, great offers, equals more savings.
Now get 0% on popular models or lease Altima, just $179.
Next stop, savings.
Let's have a ball and a biscuit, sugar, and take our sweet little time about it.
Captain Morgan, to life, love, and loot.
Mark,
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Blast Sportsnet Central update. Cardinals have signed their ace, Chris Carpenter, to a 2-year extension. They'll keep the right-hander in St. Louis until 2013 at least. Keep it here after the game. Todd Hollingsworth joins me for Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live. And we're also chatting during the game right now. Fire your questions in. CSNChicago.com. Come join the fun. Now back to Len and Bob in the Natty.
Cap, thanks. Cubs looking for their 3rd in a row, and offensively very impressive tonight.
It has been impressive, Len. They've been just patient enough offensively to get good pitches to hit, and they just have not missed them. Dontrell Willis struggled with his command, and when he did come in that strike zone, he got hit hard tonight.
And without the lefties in the lineup, Colvin, Pena, LaHair sitting against the tough lefty, but all available should this game get tight late. Right now it's a 7-run advantage. Brandon Phillips has now hit 2 in this one. It's their 3rd home run. It's 10-4. Gives him 14 on the year.
HP getting their money's worth tonight. Our HP home run replay. Brandon Phillips with his 2nd of the game, 14th of the season. Fortunately for the Cubs, nobody on base.
And that's still the case. Dave Sapelt. Slider strike. Come behind on our home run distances, but Starlin Castro's estimated at 425 feet.
We're still waiting on a couple of them to land.
Castro gets Sapelt. Left-hander John Gobb is up. Still yet to make his major league debut, but it might happen tonight. Yeah, it could happen against guys like Votto, Bruce, and Alonso.
So you want to be a big leaguer, huh? I'm sure John Gobb is looking forward to the opportunity to face any hitter at this point. Just wants to be part of the action.
Just seen it so many times this year. I mean, it seems as though it should be comfortable, leading 10-4. But based on the first 146 games of Cubs baseball, it's just never really the case. Barney will play it on one hop.
Well, especially against this Reds offense in this ballpark. Capable of exploding at any time and putting a lot of runs on the board. It's a good thing the Cubs have continued to add on to their lead. Big one-hopper out to Darwin Barney, who goes out into shallow right field before spinning and making the throw to Jeff Baker for the out.
Fouled away by Bruce. Nationals and Mets 2-2 in the bottom of the 6th. Lined into right, and Bruce now 2 for 2 with a walk. Phillies 1, Astros nothing. They're in the 4th inning in Houston. The Astros have tied Their franchise mark for losses in a season with 97. We'll see them in Wrigley Field on Friday. They're on their way to their first ever 100-loss campaign. Roy Oswalt returning to Houston, pitching for the Phillies against Brett Myers, a former Philly. Hunter Pence 2 for 2 with the double in that game tonight for the Phillies. This is his first game back since he was traded, and he's been great with the Phillies, hitting .320. I bet he got a big hand from the Astros crowd. And Oswalt should have. I think they left under slightly different circumstances, but Oswalt, one of the best pitchers in that franchise's history. Tampa Bay continuing to play well, leading at Baltimore 4-1 in the bottom of the 6th. Jeff Neiman pitching well tonight for the Rays. Former Cub farmhand Brandon Geyer in their lineup, hitting 9th. 1 for 3 with a double. High fly, not deep. Marlon Byrd with a catch, and that's the inning. Leadoff homer by Phillips. 10-4 Cubs.
Every day, all around the world, energy is being produced to power our lives. While energy development comes with some risk, North America's natural gas producers are committed to safely and responsibly providing generations of cleaner burning energy for our country. Drilling thousands of feet below fresh water sources within self-contained well systems and using state-of-the-art monitoring technologies, rigorous practices help ensure our operations are safe and clean for our communities and the environment. We're America's natural gas.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Tomorrow on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, tune in as Starlin Castro and the Northsiders battle Joey Votto and the Reds in Cincinnati. It's a division rivalry driven by Mazda. Cubs, Reds, tomorrow night at 5:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, fans' best friend.
After the game, stick around for Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live. Dave Kaplan, Todd Hollandsworth break down the game and preview the Cubs' next matchup. Don't miss Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Again, you can chat with them now. CSNChicago.com. Have scored at least 2 runs in every inning except the second, and they win 1-2-3. Aramis Ramirez, towering blast to left, gone, upper deck shot, his 25th. And with that home run, he and Hall of Famer Billy Williams are the only Cubs to have at least 30 doubles and 25 homers 6 different times.
Hanging breaking ball, our HP home run replay. Ramirez, such a good breaking ball hitter when it's in the strike zone, and no doubt about this one. Man, teeing him up tonight.
Cubs have hit 3. The Reds have hit 3. We've seen 2 in the upper deck and left, 1 over the stands and right. Home run ball souvenir night. 418 feet for that Aramis home run. Baker, who homered earlier, bounces it into center. Looks like everybody hits tonight. Castro with 2, Ramirez with 3, Baker, Soriano, Barney all with 2 hits.
This kind of night down in that Reds bullpen, Len, when that phone rings, everybody's hoping, please don't let it be me. Please don't let it be me. Even guys who are normally very competitive, when you see a team swinging the bats the way the Cubs are tonight, you don't want anything to do with it.
To make Rudy Jaramillo feel good. All the hard work he puts in.
In 2012, your best customers and guests are ready to play. The Wrigley Field experience allows for your group to host an event at Wrigley Field on non-game days. Event packages include batting practice, softball games, and much more. For more details, including 2012 dates and pricing, please call 773-404-4161 or visit Cubs.com/premier.
Even Cub fans are winning the battles tonight. That's high, 1-2. Second strikeout for Fisher. And that's out number 1. Marlon Byrd 1 for 3 with a run scored. Swing and a miss on a cutter. The Cubs kind of middle of the pack in terms of team home runs. They came in with 134, good for 9th in the National League. 31 behind these Reds, who lead the league. Cubs have Going toe-to-toe with him tonight in that department. Double play ball, bobbled by Giannis. Barehanded play by Phillips. They turn it. That's a Gold Glove play by Brandon Phillips, who didn't even use his glove.
Sorry, I couldn't get away.
You can now.
Tomorrow, it's a big-time Central Division showdown as the Sox battle the Tigers at home. Don't miss a division rivalry driven by Mazda. White Sox, Tigers, tomorrow night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Van's Pizza Pub and Grill is raising the bar on the best food and fun in the Quad Cities. Get Van's made-from-scratch pizzas and bite down on awesome upscale appetizers. And enjoy happy hour on Monday through Saturday with discounted drinks and food. Enjoy the outdoors on Van's incredible new outdoor patio. Van's is perfect for large parties and get-togethers. Come for the pizza and stay for the fun. Come get served at Van's Pizza Pub and Grill, 3333 North Harrison Street in Davenport.
You can depend on the staff at Ace Muffler Clinic in Rock Island to keep your car running its best. We've got the expertise and we'll get you taken care of now. Call Ace Muffler Clinic for any problem with your vehicle. Our free estimates give you the information you need to keep your vehicle running smooth and safe. For your convenience, we're open 7 to 5:30 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. For brakes, tires, exhaust, and shocks, and a whole lot more, see us for fast, friendly service on all import and domestic vehicles. Serving the Quad Cities since 1955, Ace Muffler Clinic in Rock Island.
Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Weekday mornings, start your day with a Dan Patrick Show on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in as Dan talks sports with your favorite athletes, celebrities, and sports media personalities. Get your sports days started with a Dan Patrick Show, weekday mornings from 8 to 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. First of 4 here in Cincinnati. 11-4 Cubs. Devin Mesoraco. Laser home run. That's the first of his career. First major league home run for Devin Mesoraco, 11-5.
We saw Mesoraco at Wrigley Field last week and determined very quickly he's a dead pull hitter. Our HP home run replay bears that out. A rocket line drive into the bleachers in left field. His first 2 at-bats of this game, Rodrigo Lopez got him to reach and hit balls to the opposite field. Once a pop up to right, second time up a grounder to second, but that time got a ball he could pull and showed his power.
Mark Riggins out to the mound, and there is action in the visitors' bullpen. Right-hander Andrew Kashner. He's getting loose. A successful return from the 60-day disabled list over the weekend in New York. Store is closed tonight, but
I think if you go across the river in Kentucky, you can get anything you want.
24 hours, you think?
Yeah. That was it. The Cardinals that complained about the smoke from the fireworks earlier this season.
The Cardinals complained?
Yeah, I know it's hard to believe, but. they shot off the fireworks for visiting team home runs, too, it would look like the 4th of July around here. The way the ball is flying out of this ballpark tonight.
7 home runs combined. 2-2 on Francisco, who has hit the longest at over 500 feet. Are short a man for the rest of September. Chris Valleca, an infielder, suffered a knee injury yesterday in Colorado, and now it's a torn ACL. He's done. He's going to have surgery soon. Francisco goes down on strikes. Jeremy Horst, left-hander, up for the Reds. Just below our broadcast booth. I had my sights on that one.
Yeah, good line, just not enough distance. Right at us.
Pitch at 89, and it was pitch number 89 for Lopez. You give up 4 home runs and you have a 6-run lead, but that's been the case tonight for the Cubs starting pitcher. Rolled up the middle. Castro will pick it up. The throw, however, offline, safe. Baker missed him on the tag. Castro hurried the throw, however, he didn't get a lot on the throw. And it was offline as well.
He got to the ball in good shape, got rid of it quickly, but just didn't put much on the throw. Kind of like flipping a changeup across the diamond. It pulls Baker off the bag, and Giannis able to avoid it and get on first base, and that's going to do it for Rodrigo Lopez.
It's a Toyota call to the pen. We saw Cashner loosening. We assume that's who it is. We'll tell you when we come back.
Chicagoland gas prices are high. I can fix that. Chevy has 9 models that get over 30 miles per gallon. No wonder Chevy's #1 in our hometown. With 42 miles per gallon, drive home a Chevy Cruze Eco today. See your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer.
One Coors Light coming up. Here you go.
Thanks. Bob, sweet setup. Yeah, ever since I got this Coors Light home draft, it's like having a bar at home. Thanks. What's your girlfriend gonna say? I got that covered.
You're not on the list.
Bob has a list?
And you're not on it.
The Coors Light Home Draft. CO2 pressurized for up to 30 days of fresh frost brewed draft beer right from your fridge.
Big Darryl, give it up. How you doing, Sarah? Good to see you.
Come on, really?
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Jennifer. Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
We all want more for our money. Look no further than the Chevy Equinox. U.S. News and World Report ranked it #1 in affordable compact SUV. Affordable value and great gas mileage make the Chevy Equinox your best choice. See your Chevy dealer today.
The Toyota call to the pen. Hard-throwing righty Andrew Kashner will make his second relief appearance since missing 5 months with a right shoulder injury. He looked really good in New York on Friday night.
Yeah, real good velocity with his fastball, real good command. There's baby steps at this point for Andrew Kashner. Just try to build on each appearance. Throw a few more pitches, a little bit deeper into the ball game, ideally each time.
So scoreless inning with a strikeout. On Friday, he comes in with a man on and 1 out here in the 6th. And he'll face former Cub Miguel Cairo. The error by Starlin Castro, the 27th he's made this year. Only Mark Reynolds, third baseman of the Orioles, has committed more errors among all players. He has 29. Batting for the pitcher Fisher.
Kashner throwing hard once again tonight. However, the veteran Miguel Cairo geared it up that time, was looking for an upper 90s fastball, got way out in front and pulled that one foul. 96 miles per hour from Kashner.
Check down at first, and Al Porter said he held up 2-1. I mentioned the Mets last night used franchise record 26 players. 17 of those players were in either the 8th or 9th spot in the order. That 9 spots starting to expand here for the Reds. We've seen Willis, Burton, Frazier, Fisher, now Cairo. When he bounces one toward right, diving stop, Darwin Barney up with it, and he gets him. 2 down. Nice body control by Barney. Get back to his feet after the diving play.
You see that right hand slide through the infield dirt. Occasionally you'll get some dirt kind of caked in the palm of your hand as you reach into that glove to make the throw, but that time Barney was able to get a good grip. Toss on to Jeff Baker for the out.
Menard's big Lumbers stat, 10 career homers for Phillips against the Cubs, including 2 tonight in his last 2 at-bats. It's the 8th career 2-homer game for Phillips. He's never done it 3 times. Swing and a miss on a good slider.
Brandon Phillips looking to cherry pick a first pitch fastball from a relief pitcher that's throwing upwards to 100 miles per hour. Instead, he drops that slider on the outer third of the plate perfectly to get the swinging strike. Another one, that time in the dirt.
Interesting. Phillips with a 2-homer game against Cleveland on July 1st of this year. First homer he hit was when the Reds were down 4-0. The second time is when they were down 8-1. 2 homers tonight, and his team trails 11-5. Strike 3. That'll be it for Cashner. Another positive performance for him. 11-5 Cubs.
Since 1970, Gullo International Development Corporation, headquartered in Elk Grove Village, Illinois, has specialized in Class A, industrial, commercial, and residential developments in the Chicago O'Hare market. You may visit Gullo.com for more information. Giovanni Gullo, building a better image.
Hi.
Hon, we still on for dinner?
Oh, I can't. You know I've got the bar exam.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. Okay, one more time. This bar means the Coors Light is cold, and this bar, the Coors Light is super cold. Congrats, you just passed the bar exam.
Introducing new Super Cold Activation from Coors Light. With 2 stages, you'll know when your beer goes from cold to super cold.
So you're a lawyer?
Huh? No. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
This is Jets Pizza, Sterling Heights, Michigan. In here, food is inspected, perfected, and occasionally rejected. With a customized mobile app developed with AT&T, Jets food inspectors can share data in real time. So what used to take 2 weeks now takes 2 hours. Faster feedback means better food and happy people. It's a network of possibilities, helping you do what you do even better. Call AT&T and see what we can do for your business.
Time to take a look at our Coors Light freeze cam for Giovanni Soto back in that, let's see, what inning was that? The 3rd inning with the runner Marlon Byrd at first base. You can see how close Dave Chappelle came to making the play. The ball actually hit the little finger of his glove, dropped to the warning track. Reds were able to recover in time to throw Soto out at third base, but not before Marlon Byrd scored on the play. Brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Jeremy Horst is on for the Reds.
Fastball, slider, changeup combination from the Reds lefty. You can see he's given up 13 hits in 11 innings, 6 strikeouts, 6 walks.
Horst is a Horst, of course. 1 strike to Soto.
A straight change up and a good one. Well, not only the change of speeds, but some movement away from and down, almost like a screwball the way the bottom fell out of that pitch.
Fly ball to center. Dave Chappelle for the out. With 2 more hits tonight, a stolen base, 2 runs. Chappelle again. Looks like we're going to see a Major League debut tonight. Left-hander John Gobb back up in the Cubs bullpen. Sure, gobs of butterflies flying around in his stomach right now. Lou Montañez. Batting for Cashner. What's so funny?
Well, Mark Brady just whispered in my ear, it's too bad he's not the closer, because then he'd be our gobstopper.
I'm going to assume this will be the first ever Gob-Horst matchup in Major League history. The monosyllabic left-handed relievers. Fastball strike on Montañez. Forrest makes quick work of the Cubs in the 7th. Stretch time 11-5 Chicago.
I've been doing this for 15 years. And when you dedicate your life to something, you expect something in return. I guess you could say this is the return. Welcome to my world, the world of Red Bull.
The Acura TSX comes with standard features like leather and Bluetooth. With the available technology package, it also has Acura Link real-time traffic and weather. Either way, you'll find an estimated 31 highway miles per gallon. And that might change your view on how luxury can live alongside efficiency. The Acura TSX. Find exceptional offers on a great selection at your Acura dealer today.
A little more, and whoa.
Yeah, nice.
Agents, what do we have here?
An Autobotome. I've only heard about these.
And we can save them hundreds by combining their auto, boat, and home policies, all under Farmers.
Exactly.
Are these legal?
No.
We are insurance.
We are Farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
To speak with a Farmers agent in your community, call 888-96-FARMERS.
Get total Cubs coverage online with CSNChicago.com. Powered by Feltco. For an inside look at the Cubs, visit CSNChicago.com. A fan's best friend online.
Time to look around baseball. Jose Valverde with a franchise record 43 saves with Detroit. They have a 9-game winning streak for the first time since they won the World Series in '84. We mentioned the long home winning streak snapped for Arizona, and Carlos Quentin activated from the disabled list with the White Sox. A Major League debut. It's 26-year-old left-hander John Gobb. He's from St. Paul, Minnesota. Went to the University of Minnesota, and he came over from Cleveland in the Mark DeRosa deal.
Got himself a real nice season down in AAA Iowa this year. In 55 1/3 innings pitched, struck out 75 batters. That's an average of 12.2 per 9 innings. Also held the opponents to a .209 batting average. Right now leads the National League in heart rate.
And fewest runs allowed.
Yeah, so far so good.
He'll face Sapelt, Votto, and Bruce here in the bottom of the 7th. Saw John in spring training this year. And was acquired again from Cleveland on New Year's Eve 2008. 5th pro season, 3rd in the Cubs chain. Now working with an 11-5 cushion. Pretty good fastball at 94 miles an hour. .6'2", 210. Sapelt 0 for 3. Lifts that one back up off himself. It's foul. So he strikes out the first batter he faces.
Nasty back foot slider there. You know, when I mentioned the numbers at AAA Iowa this season held the opposition to a 209 batting average. Occasionally it will be drastic splits. Lefties hitting 080, righties hitting 480, but that wasn't the case against Gobb. Lefties hit 200, righties only hit 216, so he was effective against everybody.
See the ball from that strikeout ended up in Ed Halbert's hands and eventually will belong to John Gobb. Swing and a miss. Fastball is low. John Gobb is in the book. Hopefully he'll have a long, successful major league career, but no matter what happens, they can never take it away from him. He is a major leaguer. You know, just in general terms, when you get to this level, the criticism comes if you struggle, which everybody understands. Sometimes you have to remember this is it. This is the elite of the elite. Baker will flip to John Gobb. So even guys who had mediocre or, quote, bad careers still had a major league career.
Not many guys can say that.
That's right. Thing, which is more pertinent to John Gobb, because we don't know how his career is going to develop from this point forward, but I can bet you there are a lot of people who feel really good about what's going on right now. High school coaches, parents, siblings, aunts and uncles, college coaches,
teammates, guys that played with him in Little League and
minor league instructors.
Absolutely.
They can all take pride in knowing that they were there at some point along the way. They're thrilled.
Maybe not thrilled, but they're glad he's here.
They look thrilled.
Did they?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with thrilled.
Okay.
As Bruce pops it up. You can't take thrilled away from me. I'm keeping it.
All right. She is thrilled.
Say, come on.
Yeah.
I knew you'd come around.
I did see that subtle smile there.
Clapping. You're into it.
Maybe that was his high school English teacher or something. She's going to take some credit.
Right. Castro out. Bird and Soriano in. It'll be Alfonso Soriano. It's a 1-2-3-7. 11-5 Cubs.
Are you curious about new ideas? Do you want to learn a new language? Or just a new word? Maybe you want to know more about anatomy or astronomy. You could master something new or uncover a hidden talent. There's never been a better time to learn.
I love love this card.
With the Bank Americard Cash Rewards credit card,
we earn more cash back for the things we buy most.
That's 1% cash back everywhere, every time.
2% on groceries.
3% on gas, automatically. No hoops to jump through.
That's 1% cash back on Oscar.
Tony.
Oscar.
2% back on whatever she'll eat.
3% back on filling up this baby.
Now get 1, 2, 3% cash back.
It's that simple.
Apply online or at a Bank of America near you.
we're talking 3% back on gas.
Honda received more 2011 J.D. Power & Associates highest initial quality awards than any other automaker. Let's see. Based on a survey of over 73,000 new vehicle owners measuring 234 models, highest ranked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Legal disclaimers don't get any better than that. Trademarked Honda logo. Go. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
The Bud Light Bleachers Series provides fans with exciting special promotions in the Bud Light Bleachers, including free T-shirt Mondays, $3 12-ounce draft Bud and Bud Light Tuesdays, and $1 Vienna beef hot dog Wednesdays. Tuesday's special also available in select locations in the Seating Bowl. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. The last chance will be next week against the first place Milwaukee Brewers. Top of the order. Here in the 8th inning, Starlin Castro takes ball 1 from Jeremy Horst. A walk, a double, a homer, 3 RBIs, 3 runs for the Cubs leadoff hitter. Well, I hope we didn't offend those Cub fans. They got up and left.
Well, they just probably moved to more thrilling seats. Closer to the action.
Right. Come on back. We're just having fun. Maybe they just came to watch John Gobb.
Well, they got their money's worth then.
They did. He was really good.
Yes, he was. With a good fastball in the low 90s, a real good cutter in the high 80s. A couple of sliders. And worked his way through a couple of legitimate big league hitters in Joey Votto and Jay Bruce. Dave Chappelle struck out to give him his first punch out of his career. Congratulations to John Gobb. First of many.
Shallow left, and Alonso overruns it. That'll be a hit for Castro. He's on his way towards second with a double. 3 extra base hits. They're still here. They just moved to a different location.
They're still thrilled too.
A 3-hit night for Starlin Castro. I talked about it. That's now 21 3-hit games this season. When Castro on the year has 190 hits.
Nice effort that time by Yonder Alonso, who was playing deep. We've talked about it many times. He's not an outfielder, and he feels much more comfortable playing deep and coming in on the ball rather than playing shallow and going back, and that time it cost him.
No.
Too much excitement.
A little too thrilling. Well, the Cubs, as I said, hopefully with a comfortable 11-5 lead here late. 0-2 on Reed Johnson. Paid crowd tonight, 19,874. They've been treated to home run derby. 4 by the Reds, 3 by the Cubs. Lined into center. Castro coming around third. Here's a throw by Chappelle toward the plate. safe. He just got in around the tag of Mesoraco. 12-5. Castro has scored 4 times.
And Reed Johnson scored twice himself. When you get 6 runs from the first 2 hitters in the lineup, you know you're having a good offensive night. Nice slide by Starlin Castro to get around Mesoraco. Yeah, that's a chance that you probably don't take if Drew Stubbs is in center field. One of the best throwing arms of any center fielder in the game. But Dave Chappelle playing center tonight, so Ivan DeJesus waved Starlin on around third base, and he was able to score with that elusive slide at home plate.
Swing and a miss by Ramirez. Double single homer for him tonight. Backhanded. Francisco on a strong throwing arm to get Ramirez.
That's a pretty nice play by Juan Francisco. A nice backhanded play right down the third base line and deep. He had thoughts about going to second base to try to start the double play, but when he didn't get the handle initially, he just showed off that strong arm, gunning it across the diamond in time to get Ramirez.
Pirates tied the Cardinals 4-4. They're in the bottom of the 8th. Florida leading at Atlanta 4-3 in the top of the 8th. Those are big games in terms of the wild card race in the National League. And Baker swung and missed at all 3 pitches he saw in that at bat.
That's a rarity. Jeff Baker getting 3 fastballs from a left-handed pitcher and coming up empty on all 3. That just does not happen very often to Jeff Baker.
Makes you wonder if just not seeing the ball well out of the hand of Jeremy Horst.
So would that be a Horst caller?
Yes. Say that was a Horst blank joke, but I don't want to go there. That's high.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess I just did.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Horst getting a lot of swings and misses on that fastball. Not overpowering, but as you said, must be tough to pick it up out of his hand because we've seen some pretty good fastball hitters swing right through it.
In on his hands and a foul pop over near the Reds dugout. It's handled by Joey Votto to end the inning. Johnson with an RBI single, and it's now 12-5 Cubs.
At S.J. Smith Company, Gases, Welding, Safety, and Industrial Solutions, our goal is to identify cost-effective answers to fit your unique challenges. You can rely on us to be on the cutting edge of the industry with our gas delivery, storage, and tracking abilities. No matter what your current gas use is, S.J. Smith has the ability to increase your profits and offer superior services with cylinder gases, medical, specialty gases, and much more. You have the questions, S.J. Smith has the answers. Allow our expertise to work for you. Find out more at sjsmith.com.
Whether you're remodeling or building new, find service with answers at K&K True Value Hardware in Bettendorf. Bring your ideas to our in-house drafting service who will help take your vision to reality. With our top quality materials and quick delivery, we keep your project moving. Plus, there's free local delivery for all orders over $500. From the initial planning process to the finished project, K&K has service with answers. That's the K&K way. Check us out on the web at kkhardware.com.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan with a Suzuki Sportsnet Central update. Blackhawks announced within the past hour that star forward Patrick Sharp underwent an emergency appendectomy earlier tonight. He's expected to recover fully in 3 to 4 weeks. Regular season begins October the 7th. Remember, Holly and I standing by for Cubs Postgame Live after the final out. Now back to Len and Bob, the Great American Ballpark.
Thanks, Cap. Get Chicago sports news nightly on GMC Sportsnet Central. Coming up tonight after...
You want to finish? Yeah, the Bears, lots of Bears stuff coming up with Mark and Pat for GMC Sportsnet Central tonight after Postgame Live, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Oh, we got a false cue. And we're so excited to read that, and then we were told you're not on the air.
Yeah, but your read was really good. We don't know how to handle a 7-run lead.
Yeah, we're having fun tonight here in Cincy. Tony Campana, a Cincinnati area native, is now playing left. John Gobb still in there. That's high, and it's 2-1 on Yonder Alonso. Oh, live television. Zaracco and Francisco also in this inning. Ground ball wide of first.
Well, one thing you really like about John Gobb, he gets off that mound quickly for a left-hander. A lot of left-handed pitchers really fall off to the third base side, and on ground balls to first or second, they're late getting over there to cover the bag. But in that 7th inning, Joey Votto hit a ground ball to Jeff Baker at first, and Gobb got over there quickly, and on that ground ball that was just foul, he was in a position once again to get the out at first base.
Full count, 3-2. We're on CSN Plus. Tomorrow night, Ryan Dempster for the Cubs. Mike Leake, who had that incredible start at Wrigley Field last week, which ended in a no decision for him, will make his final start of the season. Ball 4, it's a leadoff walk. Now she is truly thrilled to be here.
Why am I thinking of Star Wars?
Ground ball fair. Campana will retrieve it. It's a double for Mesoraco. Hit his first career homer in his last at bat.
Mesoraco just wants to dead pull that ball. That's exactly what he does that time. Barely over the corner of the there at third base, bouncing into foul territory after it crossed the bag. Gobb with the first trouble of his major league career. Runners at second and third here with nobody out.
Hey, Bob, we want to take the time here to congratulate and welcome Julian Green to the newly created position of Vice President of Communications and Community Affairs for the Cubs. So we look forward to meeting Julian. Also want to give a shout out to Blackhawks analyst here on Comcast Sportsnet, Eddie Olczyk watching. Probably wondering who spiked our drinks tonight.
We're just giddy. 16 hits and 12 runs.
One and one the count on Francisco. Here's a pitch. Ground ball to Baker. And with a big lead here, just wants to get the sure out. I think he had a shot at Alonso, but I think that was the right call. Boy, if you don't get him all of a sudden, you get a big inning brewing. So that's an RBI ground out for Francisco.
Yeah, if he throws right away, they'd probably have a play on Alonso at home plate, but after double clutching to get a better grip on the baseball, he decided better of it and just took the sure out.
That'll be it for Baker and Gobb. Brian LaHare coming in to play first. Ramon Ortiz will pitch. It's the Toyota call to the pen.
Didn't think Toyota value could get any better? How's this for a start? Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, the first complimentary maintenance plan offered by any full-line brand. Get coverage for 2 years or 25,000 miles and 24/7 roadside assistance. Peace of mind. Only better. Right now, get Toyota Care on the purchase of any one of your favorite Toyota models. Visit your local Toyota dealer for details. Toyota.
Mark.
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
Look down. It's high time to make our floor look better and feel softer. How about we start with the guaranteed low price on the carpet, the pad, and installation. Let's get peace of mind for a lifetime. It all adds up to better carpet at a better price and a great-looking room transformed. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Get 12-month special financing on carpet purchases when you use your Home Depot credit card.
It's a Toyota call to the pen. And it's veteran righty Ramon Ortiz. Cubs lead 12-6. Runner at third, one out. Paul Janisch sends a fly to center. It'll result in a sac fly as Mesoraco tags and scores. And Brian LaHare, who's been on an offensive tear since coming up from AAA, is now in to play first. LaHare, by the way, will be given the Joe Bauman Trophy for the minor league leader in home runs. He's going to get a check for $7,600 at the baseball winter meetings.
Nice.
$200 per homer. Chris Heisey pinch hitting with 2 outs and nobody on. Statistically, the Reds have the best bench in all of baseball. National League pinch hitters, they lead them all. 294, most runs, most RBIs. And of course, we set it up for Chris Heisey to strike out. 12-7 Cubs as we go to the ninth.
Hyper Local, Chicago sports on the go. Be the first to know everything about your favorite teams, right from the palm of your hand. Your teams, right now. Download the free Chicago Sports app now.
To equip the Lexus ES with standard features more like the Mercedes C300, you'd have to take out the 6-disc CD changer and leather-trimmed seats. With the BMW 328i, you'd also lose the power moonroof and 17-inch alloy wheels. And some others in its class? Forget wood detailing or sound-dampening windshields, to name a couple. But why would you want to do that? The Lexus ES. Standard is nothing short of extraordinary. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Is it really necessary to brew Coors Light down as low as 34 degrees? Does it really matter if every beer is filtered cold, aged cold, and packaged cold? Do the mountains really need to turn blue when your beer's as cold as the Rockies? Is Rocky Mountain cold refreshment really that important? You be the judge. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Be amazed for 99 cents. Our 99-cent chicken flatbread sandwiches, now in 2 bold flavors, only at Taco Bell.
We look ahead for the rest of the series. Ryan Dempster will try to get back to 500 tomorrow, facing Mike Leake. Johnny Cueto second in the majors in earned run average against Casey Coleman Wednesday, and the red-hot Randy Wells will go for his 8th win in the series finale against Homer Bailey on Thursday night. Right-hander Nick Massett will take over for the Reds here in the ninth. 12-7 Cubs.
See the numbers for Massett this season. You know, Len, you mentioned Brian LaHare, the winner of the Joe Bauman Award this year. A lot of people probably don't know who Joe Bauman is. Well, the award was named after him because in 1954, playing for the Roswell Rockets, he hit 72 home runs in 138 games. Played most of his career in the low minor leagues, but up until just this decade, that record had stood for the most in any professional season.
1 strike to Marlon Byrd. Cubs with 16 hits as they appear to be on their way to their 3rd straight win. Pirates not only tied the Cardinals, they got a couple more to take the lead in the 8th. St. Louis back with 1 in the 9th, trailing 6-5. They have 2 on with 1 out. We'll keep you posted. Joel Hanrahan is on the mound trying to hold them off. That would be a devastating loss for the Cardinals. Trying to win their 6th in a row. Two and 2 to Bird. Fastball hit deep to right. Bruce is back on it, and he'll catch it about 3 feet in front of the wall. I'd love to see Brian LaHare get an opportunity here in this 9th inning. I thought last night in New York he had the best individual performance we've seen a Cub have at the plate all year. He saw a ton of pitches, Had 3 hits, 2 doubles, 2 walks, scored 4 times. He is locked in.
Well, you see him swinging that bat over there in the Cubs dugout. I had a chance to pick up that bat down there before batting practice today and talk to him about it. It's a 34-inch, 31.5-ounce bat, but has a very small handle and a very big, heavy barrel. Said he really likes to feel that weight out toward the end of the bat. You have to have quick hands to swing a bat like that, because anything below the trademark is probably going to shatter the bat because of the thin handle. But more often than not, he's been getting the barrel on it.
Strike 3 on a slow slider. And with 2 away, it'll be Darwin Barney. Pitcher to end the inning. Bottom 9, Cubs 12, Reds 7.
Sorry, I couldn't get away.
You can now.
Need new brakes? Don't worry. Call your CarX man. Domestic or foreign, old or new.
We have the best brake guarantee in the business.
Get brakes for life with a Life Plus brake guarantee and free brake inspections.
For everything in, on, or under your car, it's CarX.
Right now, you can feed 4 or more for only $20 at KFC. Get 10 pieces of your favorite chicken plus 3 large sides and 6 biscuits. It's the KFC 10-piece feast. Feeds 4 or more for only $20. Today tastes so good.
Okay, this is it, the Built Ford Tough Sales event. And in this corner, America's most fuel-efficient pickups. Featuring F-150 with exclusive EcoBoost technology that delivers the power and MPGs the so-called contenders can't. Plus, it's ranked highest in initial quality in its class. Now that's a 1-2 knockout punch. On F-150, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus another grand toward your trade-in on top of what it's worth.
GMC player of the game, Starlin Castro. 3 hits, 4 runs. He's done it all from the leadoff spot tonight. Kind of like how he started the game, Bob. He walked and scored. That's what a good leadoff hitter does. Points of power, hitting a long home run over 400 feet to center.
And getting on that plate 4 times. That's another thing a good leadoff hitter does.
Ortiz still in after getting the final 2 outs of the 8th. Brandon Phillips has homered twice in this one. He's 2 for 4. And here we go. Slider for a strike. Another slider. 0-2. Producer of Cubs baseball tonight here on Comcast Sportsnet, Mark Brady. Our director, Bob Albrecht. Our associate producer, Keon Dolet-Shahi. Great work by our entire crew here in Cincy. As the Cubs try to start this series with a big win. Make it 3 in a row on this trip. That's low. 3-2. Full count. Suppelt next. Is on.
Mark Riggins is going to go out to the mound, have a quick visit with Ramon Ortiz.
And just in case, left-hander James Russell is up with all the lefties due up here after Suppelt. And the other lefty, Sean Marshall. Bring them both in at the same time. See if you can hit 2 baseballs, Joey Votto.
Yeah, we'll see how good a hitter you are.
That's a strike. Jam shot foul. Ortiz has a sign from Soto, and a 1-2 with Phillips running. It was fouled away. Cubs not concerned about holding the runner leading by 5.
Don't know a lot about Dave Suppelt, but apparently the Cubs feel that he's a risk to hit that ball through the hole in the right side of the infield because Brian LaHair not holding on Brandon Phillips over there. Never mind.
Got him with a slider. 1 away.
If you have a right-handed hitter at the plate that you're pretty sure is going to try to pull the ball, then you go ahead and hold that runner on first base, keep the double play in order.
That's going to be it for Ortiz. Which lefty will it be? Marshall or Russell? It's the Toyota call to the pen. 12-7 Cubs.
Don't be the last to know. Get it faster with 4G. It's the network of possibilities. AT&T.
The home side is something going on across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm a big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Whoa, you went to a Subway restaurant. What are you saving up for? Are you buying a private island?
No.
Building your own space station?
No.
Are you getting a robot butler?
No.
Upgrading to bionic legs?
What? No.
Are you building a secret city at the bottom of the ocean?
No. I just like saving money on the food I like.
Oh, I knew that.
Right now, you can get a super combo for only $5. That's any regular 6-inch sub plus today's soup for only $5. Subway, eat fresh.
It's a Toyota call to the pen. Left-hander James Russell, who was born in Cincinnati. Remember, his dad pitched for the Reds. We'll try to get the final 2 outs.
Continues to whittle away at that ERA that was elevated because of his time in the starting rotation earlier this year as a relief pitcher. 193 is the ERA.
His father Jeff started his major league career as a starting pitcher with the Reds in the mid-1980s. Jeff's a Cincinnati native as well. James went to high school and college in Texas.
Maybe a little bit less power from this left-handed hitter against left-handed pitchers, but a much higher batting average.
Singled in the first, has gone 0 for 3 since. And he jerks that one into the right field corner. Phillips will be sent by Mark Berry, and the relay throw will be late. Phillips has scored 3 times. It's 12-8.
Ball that just didn't get out there quite far enough. Votto able to reach out and hook it back to right field. Hangs in there so well against left-handed pitching, and I think in a lot of cases goes up to the plate looking for a breaking ball against a left-handed pitcher.
Bruce 2 for 3 with a walk. Fastball is upstairs, ball 1. Some finals. Tampa Bay winners again, 5-2 over the Orioles, their 5th in a row. Bad loss for the Cardinals as they were leading late at Pittsburgh. They drop a 6-5 decision to the Pirates. Washington beat the Mets 3-2 in New York. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Florida and the Braves, 4-4, bottom 9. Be a big win for Atlanta after they got swept in St. Louis. Detroit on its way to win number 10 in a row, 14-2 over the White Sox in the top of the 7th in Chicago. Ryan Rayburn is 4 for 4. Coleman Young 3 for 3. Tony Campana in left center. Bono back to tag, but he's not going anywhere with his team down 4. 2 away.
Swing that time by Yonder Alonso, could not catch up to the high fastball from James Russell.
This will get out of play, and the Cubs are 1 strike away now, 1-2. Scoop, throw, and get Alonso. Cubs win. Cubs win 12-8 the final. A ton of offense tonight. Rodrigo Lopez gave up 4 home runs, and he gets the win. You always like that run support. And the Cubs kind of beat the Reds at their own game tonight, didn't they?
Yeah, really good to see the team swinging the bats the way they did tonight. Took some walks against Dontrell Willis early in the game and then cashed him in with some very clutch hitting with runners in scoring position.
So that will do it for our game coverage. Once again, the final score tonight, Cubs 12, Reds 8. We're right back with you tomorrow on CSN Plus, 5:30 for Pregame Live. Bob and I hit the air at 6 from Great American Ballpark. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob and our entire crew here in Cincinnati, Len Casper inviting you to stay tuned for Coors Light Postgame Live. Next.
Well, I guess it is truly a Victory Monday.
It is.
Cubs win a slugfest in Cincinnati alongside Mark Shanowski. I'm Pat Boyle back in our downtown Chicago studio. Coors Light Cubs postgame live is in the on-deck circle. But stick around after that for Sportsnet Central presented by GMC.
But there is one flaw in your Victory Monday theory.
Yeah, what was going on the south side?
Yeah, that's going on at U.S. Cellular Field. We'll show you the highlights. The last stand for the White Sox as they take on the first-place Detroit Tigers. Plus, it is Victory Monday at Hallis Hall. The Bears look back at that impressive win over the Falcons. Lovie Smith especially pleased with the play of the defensive front line.
And here's a sight you don't often see. Ernie Banks playing golf at Wrigley. Will tell you why he was teeing off from the right field bleachers.
You said, let's hit 2.
That's right. A little mulligan there. That plus former Bear and Saints defensive end Alex Brown joins us in studio.
It's all ahead on Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC. But up next, a winning edition of Coors Light Cubs postgame live. Cap and Holly in the on-deck circle. They're ready to take it away.
It's why they race. It's the playoffs, and there's no time to play it safe. Everything is on the line in the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. And now, that chase begins at Chicagoland Speedway. Single-day tickets are on sale now and include free parking and a pre-race concert by Darius Rucker. Call 888-629-RACE or visit ChicagolandSpeedway.com. Chicagoland Speedway. The chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup starts here.
At USAA, we believe honor is not exclusive to the military.
And commitment is not limited to one's military oath. The same set of values that drive our nation's military are the ones we used to build USAA Bank. From free checking to credit cards to loans, our commitment to the military, veterans, and their families is without equal. Visit us online to learn what makes our bank so different. USAA, we know what it means to serve.
Are we doing okay here?
Absolutely.
And what can I get for you?
I'll have one of those.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
That should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Jennifer. Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Xfinity. Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity. Midas. For brakes, oil changes, and tires, trust the Midas touch. AT&T. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great savings on Toyota's all-star lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles, official partner of the Chicago Cubs. This is Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live.
Castro gets a hold of one. Deep center field. Gone. On top of the Reds bullpen. 10-3.
Cubs beat the Reds tonight in Cincinnati. 12-8 the final. They bang out 16 hits. They play long ball with 3 home runs, and they get a victory. Hello, welcome to Coors Light Postgame Live alongside Todd Hollandsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Okay, Rodrigo Lopez wasn't great. He gave up 4 home runs, but the Cubs, middle of the order, outstanding last night and outstanding tonight.
Well, that's the one thing I was really keen on. You look at this ball game, you had an entirely different lineup. You had your team shows up early in the morning. They played a late game last night in New York, get a late victory, score a bunch of runs, carries over. Usually it doesn't, but it does. They come out, they're smoking hot. You look at last night, you had 3 different hitters. You had Lajer, Pena, Colvin. They go 8 for 14 with 5 RBIs. Tonight in your 3, 4, and 5 spots, you got Ramirez, Baker, and Soriano. They go 7 for 14 with 6 RBIs. Getting production from the middle of your lineup. Yeah, it's a formula for success.
Absolutely right. Time now for our Sports Authority play of the game. We just showed it to you. Starlin Castro absolutely murders this pitch to dead center on top of the Reds bullpen.
It's so much fun to see. He's hitting the breaking ball so well right now. Part of that, I'm guessing, is a little bit of fatigue. It almost seems like those are the pitches he's putting in play, but you know what? He's not missing them. And, well, Starlin's being Starlin right now. He's having a fantastic September, making his push towards 200 hits, getting it done, and sparking them at the top of the lineup. You know, he's got an outside shot at scoring 100 runs.
16 games to go, he's 14 away.
Yep, he's got a shot, and you know what? If he keeps this up, he's going to get it done.
And today, he had 3 hits. That's his 21st 3-hit game, most in the National League. Pretty good for a 21-year-old kid.
Ridiculous is what it is. But again, you talk about his ability to cover the plate. I saw it in New York over the weekend. He can do it all, and that's exactly what. I mean, you really don't know how to attack him because, again, I mean, this isn't a guy who goes about his business. He's defined as a power hitter. Sure, his power is going to develop, but he's such a threat, and he's so confident in the box. He hits pitchers' pitches. He hits his pitch, but there's really no way to defend him. His plate coverage is like no other. He's got long arms. He's got an open stance. He covers. He closes his stance up. He gets the pitches away. He can turn on pitches in. If you make a mistake, he's going to make you pay.
Time for our Felco coming home moment, and a lot of good moments from Ramirez tonight, Todd. 3-hit game along with Castro and a long home run.
Having another fantastic September, but you're absolutely right. That's what you felt like in this game, kind of piling on, and it's so much fun to see. They were actually out-homered in this ball game. So, again, guys doing their thing. It's so much fun to see Aramis. He's been continuing it, relaxed hands, staying back. I mean, again, you talk about what a threat he is when he gets in these zones, and he's been in the zone for a while.
Yep, tomahawked that one way out in the upper deck. 3 for 5 for Aramis Ramirez. Now, Rodrigo Lopez did not have his A game tonight. He gave up 4 home runs, but the Cubs bludgeoning Dontrell Willis and a collection of Reds relievers gave him a chance to pick up a victory.
Well, that's the whole key, is to pitch better than the guy you're going against, right? And hope your offense responds. That's exactly what you saw tonight. He does give up the 4 home runs. A couple of them, I think, a combined 900 feet of home runs. Off-speed pitches out over the plate. But you know what? I heard Greg Maddux tell me this a few years ago. If you're going to give him up the right way. You don't want to see him creeping over the wall. You want to see him going 500 feet. So, you know, you made a mistake. You know you're going to have to pay for it. He did, but he did what was expected of him tonight. You know, maybe he would have liked to have pitched a little bit better, but again, the offense was there. So you want to throw strikes. You want to be aggressive. You talk about what he's bringing to the table right now. Probably doesn't work for him, but again, he was aggressive. He was trying to throw strikes. He paid for a couple of mistakes out over the plate, but he gets the W.
He did. The Francisco home run, second longest in the history of Great American Ballpark. We had 961 feet between just those 2 home runs. Gave up almost 1,600 feet of home runs tonight, but Dontrell Willis was simply awful tonight. He really struggled early. Cubs got 3 in the first. He just could not have any real good command tonight, and when he came around the plate, it got whacked.
Well, and that's exactly, you know, I talk about the beginning of a ball game. A pitcher, he has got to define his strike zone. He's got to define it for himself, and he's got to define it for the home plate umpire. And Dontrell Willis tonight could not do that. He couldn't throw strikes, and when he did throw strikes, because his stuff, well, it's not what it used to be when he was a 22-game winner with the Florida Marlins. He got beat around the yard pretty well. His breaking stuff was flat. His fastball was out over the plate. The strikes that he did throw, again, we're to an aggressive Cubs lineup that's in a zone right now. So, again, this was a perfect matchup for somebody who, you know, if they had to throw strikes, set up well for the Cubs.
Plenty more to come on Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live. We'll have our player of the game. We'll dissect the Cubs lineup, which put up some gaudy numbers tonight. Cubs Postgame Live rolls on after this on Comcast Sports Net.
Xfinity TV from Comcast gives you access to 10,000 on-demand titles and the best HD picture quality. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
One Coors Light coming up. Here you go.
Thanks. Bob, sweet setup.
Yeah, ever since I got this Coors Light home draft, it's like having a bar at home. Thanks.
What's your girlfriend gonna say?
I got that covered.
You're not on the list.
Bob has a list?
And you're not on it.
The Coors Light Home Draft. CO2 pressurized for up to 30 days of fresh frost-brewed draft beer right from your fridge.
Big Darryl, give it up. How you doing, Sarah? Good to see you.
Come on, really?
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Now get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months.
Here at Comcast Sportsnet, we like to welcome every new batch of interns to the big leagues. It's just a way to show they're a part of the team.
White starch, Mr. Boyle?
Medium. Always medium. Because if you want to be fans' best friend, you gotta earn it.
Catch us on Sportsnet Central and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Intern!
Heading to St. Louis for the Big Cubs Cards weekend? Reserve your room in Casino Queens Riverfront Hotel. Just a home run away from Busch Stadium. Enjoy dollar drafts in 7 Sports Lounge, where beer is a cold 29 degrees. Feast on the finest with our game day menu. Catch a hassle-free ride to the game on the Queens Free Shuttle. For special hotel and ticket packages, visit CasinoQueen.com, home of the loosest slots.
Chris Devoda, one of the top 10 most influential women in NASCAR and a native of Clinton, Iowa, will be the keynote speaker for the Quad City Sports Commission 15th anniversary celebration on Tuesday, September 13th. Buffet lunch starts at 11:30 a.m. and the green flag on the program waves at 12 noon at the Starlight Ballroom on the Mississippi Valley Fairgrounds. Cost is $15 per person. Go to visitquadcities.com to register online. The Quad City Sports Commission brings youth and amateur sporting events to the Quad Cities. See Chris Devoda at the Starlight Ballroom on September 13th.
Have you asked your parents or grandparents how they met? In a bar, at work, through friends. We saw each other and made a wonderful connection. Now, imagine making a connection with one of 7.5 million active users. That's Cupid.com. Take a minute right now to join. It's free, and install our app on your Facebook page. Now you can make an even better connection with the people that you're meeting on Cupid.com. Are you looking for love? It all starts with dating, and now dating is even easier when you do it online with Cupid.com.
Tired of getting rejected? Go to quadhelpwanted.com. Post your resume for free. Browse job openings in your category, and we'll help you connect with the right people. It's that easy. Quadhelpwanted.com. Long name, amazing results.
Innings, just one measly run. How about who's not? Danny Espinosa, brutal. 2 for 19, 12 punch-outs. David Wright, 5 for 29, 9 Ks. And Tim Hudson, it's not how you crank it up for the playoffs. 0-2 with a 750.
Now time for the Autotrader.com Head and Heart Player of the Game.
Our player of tonight's game, Starlin Castro. He goes 3 for 4. He now has 190 hits on the season. He also had 3 RBIs, 4 runs scored, a long homer. That's 86 runs scored this year.
Autotrader.com. Find a brand spanking new car your head and heart can agree on.
Time now for the Subway winning box score, and that's a Cub box score tonight. Take a look at the numbers. A lot of hits in that line there, Holly. Starlin Castro, a 3-hit night. Soriano, a couple of hits. Aramis, a 3-hit night. I mean, a lot of guys getting knocks.
Well, every guy getting knocks. Every guy in the starting lineup had a hit.
That's
tonight.
a good piece of hitting from Sori.
Well, he's been locked in as well. You know what's been so impressive with Sori, and again, this is kind of one of those conversations that might leak into next year. And he's been awfully productive. He's driving in a lot of runs. He's getting it done lately. Very, very impressive. And finishing strong. That's what you want to see. Again, another one of those guys that don't get caught up in the batting average, get caught up in the production, the home runs, and the RBIs. He's been getting it done. But top to bottom tonight, these guys really did swing the bats well. You had multi-hit efforts from your top 5 guys in your lineup, and I mean, you're going to win a lot of games if you get production like that.
All right, after the break, we'll look ahead to Game 2 between the Cubs and the Redlegs. That is next. Coors Light, Cubs Postgame Live continues on CSN.
Are those donuts?
Yes, they are. With a sausage, egg, and cheese croissant.
Donuts?
Good talk.
I'm watching you.
What will you create at AM/PM? AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Cubs Postgame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs.
Find deals in over 9,000 items during the Menards Fall Catalog Sale. Provide extra security with Cooper Lighting. This fluorescent jelly jar light is $12.97. This sodium high-pressure wall pack is $34.95. Both have a built-in sensor that turns on at dusk and off at dawn. Make cleaning quick and easy with a Brew Tough Briggs & Stratton pressure washer. This 3,000 PSI model has a Honda engine and comes with 4 Quick Connect spray tips, $389.
Save big money at Menards.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
The home side is something going on across.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
I'm the big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
An airline's job is to take you from where you are to where you need to be. And we're not just talking about points on a map. With a more intuitive Delta website and mobile app and the most Wi-Fi equipped planes, we let you be everywhere at once. Innovations like these are extending our reach so that you can extend yours. And now, even at 30,000 feet, you can still touch the ground.
Cubs Postgame Live is brought to you in part by Delta. Keep climbing.
Are those donuts?
Yes, they are. With a sausage, egg, and cheese croissant.
Donuts?
Good talk.
I'm watching you.
Buy 3 cups of coffee at AM/PM and the 4th's on us. How's that for too much good stuff? AM/PM, too much good stuff.
Check out the pitching matchup for tomorrow's Game 2 of this weeknight series. Ryan Dempster, who has not had a win in a while, 10-11 with a 474 against Mike Leake. And Holly, last week, you and I were out there. Mike Leake had a 76-pitch, 8-inning affair, went into the 9th, and couldn't slam the door on the Cubs.
You know what? He had a complete game shutout going. What is it, 2 outs in the 9th?
Yep.
And then bam! Brian LaHare jumped all over him, Sheffield Avenue. Awesome. One of the best hits of the year. We were sitting in the...
It was a majestic home run.
It was so much fun to see. I mean, you try to find the bright spots in your season, and for me, that was one of them right there. You know, and that's the thing. You're trying to find positives in September. You're trying to build towards what 2012 is going to look like, and guys that are making good impressions. Brian LaHare is one of those guys. Demp, we got to get him to 500. He's at 10-11 right now. Like you said, hasn't won since August 11th. So I think for Demp, you know, again, if he makes his pitches tomorrow night, you look at the Cincinnati lineup, it looks pretty depleted to me. I mean, again, the ball was leaving the yard. There were 7 home runs. I know that Demp's given up a few homers this year, but if he goes out there and makes his pitches, this Cubs lineup, they're locked in right now. I expect them to do a little bit more against Leake tomorrow night than they did it last time they saw him at Wrigley. I think it's going to be a fun game, but I think there's going to be a little bit more offense.
Okay, the last time Leake comes in here, he is just dealing. The Cubs are hacking at the first pitch. 76 pitches through 8 innings, 88 when he gave up the home run to LaHare. Got to run the pitch counts out.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting ballgame because if you look at what the Cubs have been doing lately, it's a lot of the same thing. They're swinging early in the count. They jumped all over Dontrell Willis. Of course, he wasn't around the plate. You think back to the very beginning of the game, Starlin Castro walks, but it's 4 pitches that were all over the place.
Okay, that means Brian LaHare has got to be in the lineup tomorrow. He works the count. Mike Quaddy, put him in the lineup. Let him play. For Todd Hollingsworth, I'm David Kaplan, our great CSN crew. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Coors Light, Cubs Postgame Live. Cubs win. Sportsnet Central with Pat and Mark next.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Is it really necessary to brew Coors Light down as low as 34 degrees? Does it really matter if every beer is filtered cold, aged cold, and packaged cold? Do the mountains really need to turn blue when your beer's as cold as the Rockies? Is Rocky Mountain cold refreshment really that important? You be the judge. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Now get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months.
It's the bottom of the 9th. Full count. It all comes down to this pitch. Darryl steps up to the plate. It could be. It could be. It's gone. Darryl has done it again.
Baseball. Sports Authority, all things sporting good. Proud supporter of Backyard Dreams and the Chicago Cubs.
I didn't know AutoTrader.com had new cars. But what kind of deal can I get?
On AutoTrader.com, you can now compare brand spanking new cars and special offers.
That one.
So you can find the one new car your head and heart can agree on.
Whoa.
AutoTrader.com.
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Sometimes the other Danas, they just don't accept me. I come up with great ideas, like know your batting stance. That was perfect. All right, I got an easy one for you guys, since you can't get any of these.
Preston Wilson.
Focus on this part right here.
Darren Erstad. I'm getting a little tired.
You're getting tired?
Yeah.
How do you think Enos Cabell feels that you don't know his batting stance? Is it my fault these guys don't know baseball?
You know how we get the stats to the fans faster? We get a stat ferret, because ferrets are really fast.
Stat ferret.
The ferret's live!
Ferret's on the floor! Jeff, watch your person square.
My bad. Sorry, guys.
Catch us on Sportsnet Central and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hi, I'm Juan Pierre. The most White Sox games are right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
This is Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC.
We get you started tonight with the CSN score alert. White Sox and Tigers starting a 3-game series out at U.S. Cellular Field. Tigers haven't won 10 in a row in 43 years. They had a chance to do it tonight. First inning, Sox have the bases loaded. Dion Vicietta will ground out. That brings Juan Pierre home. It's 1-0 good guys. But in the top of the second, Johnny Peralta takes John Danks deep to left center with a man aboard. Number 19 for Peralta. It's 2-1 Detroit. Very next batter, Ryan Rayburn. Unfortunately, it's the same result. Deep shot to left. That gets out. Number 13 for Rayburn. Tigers now in front 3-1. Top of the fifth inning. Now a 7-2 game. Rayburn on third after a triple. Danks uncorks the old wild pitch. Rayburn scores 8-2 Detroit. It's now 14-3. They've blown it wide open. Looks like the Bears and Lions out at U.S. Cellular Field. We got a football score. 14-3 Detroit. Bottom of the eighth inning.
And we'll bring you Ozzy when that game goes final. CSN News Alert time. The Blackhawks won't have Patrick Sharp for the start of training camp this Saturday. He underwent an emergency appendectomy this evening after experiencing some abdominal discomfort. The Hawks are expecting a full recovery in about 3 to 4 weeks, which could take Sharpie right up to the regular season opener on October 7th. With that, welcome to Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC. Mike's side with Mark Shanowski. I am Pat Boyle. We'll take you to Hallis Hall in just a bit after the Bears' convincing season-open victory over the Falcons.
Cubs playing out the schedule over the next couple of weeks before they get down to serious business, important front office decisions that will affect the future of the franchise. Tonight, they face journeyman lefty Dontrell Willis. He used to be a Cub in the opener of a 4-game series in Cincinnati. Willis has fallen on hard times, and Cubs hitters jumped all over him in this one. Top of the first inning, 2 runners aboard for Aramis Ramirez. He drives one into the left field corner. That's good for 2 bases. Starlin Castro come on home with the first run of the ball game, just heating up. 2 batters later, bases loaded for Alfonso Soriano. He shoots one into left. That scores Reed Johnson. Cubs would tack on another to make it 3-0 after just a half inning. Bottom of the second, now 3-1 Cubs with a man aboard. Brandon Phillips has liftoff against Rodrigo Lopez. Takes him into the upper deck and left. One of 2 homers for Phillips on the night. We're all even at 3. But in the top of the third, Cubs get the lead right back. This time, it's Jeff Baker playing home run derby. Drive to right has just enough to get out. His 3rd home run of the season. Top of the fourth inning. Cubs now in front 6-3. Bases juiced again for Soriano, and he comes through again. Another base hit to left. That stays fair. Good for a double. 2 more runs will cross the plate. Cubs now in front 8-3. Top of the fifth. The runs keep coming for the visitors. Castro absolutely crushes one to center. That is going to get into the bullpen. A 2-run homer. Number 9 on the season for Castro, who is red hot. Rodrigo Lopez gave up 4 homers, still gets the win. 12-8 is your final at the Great American Ballpark, one of the best launching pads in all of baseball. All kinds of offensive stars for the Cubs tonight. Starlin Castro, a homer, 2 doubles, scored 4 times. Aramis Ramirez had 3 hits, including a homer and a double. Aram now with 25 homers, 91 runs batted in for the season, and Alfonso Soriano drove in 3 runs. There were 7 homers in this game, 4 of them by Cincinnati. As we told you, 2 of them by Brandon Phillips. Game 2 of the series set for tomorrow night at the Great American Ballpark. We've got it for you on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Pregame live with Cap and Holly gets things started at 5:30. And Len and Bob have the call at 6 o'clock.
Tough to find many areas of concern after the Bears' first game of the season, the 30-12 victory over Atlanta. Every phase contributed for the beloved, especially a defense that limited Matt Ryan's so-called potent offense to just 2 field goals. Got a huge game from Brian Urlacher. Number 54 had a pick and a fumble return for a score.
Brian Urlacher was, you know, when you get that type of applause when you come out of the tunnel, you're supposed to have a football game the way he did. He's a great player. He's been that way for a long time. And, you know, 10 tackles, of course, the interception was a great play. And, of course, picking up the ball with the fumble recovery.
His 4th career touchdown. Scoop and score there. Some other Week 1 notes. Cutler improves to 23-0 in his career when he has a quarterback rating over 100. Bears 40-7 when they win the turnover battle under Lovey. And Lovey's crew now 16-1 when not allowing an offensive touchdown. You're usually going to win if you don't.
I like those trends.
I do too.
Keep going.
Hope they continue. Want more Bears? Sure, you can join us every Wednesday and Thursday at 4:30 for Bears Blitz. Full hour of interviews from Hallis, Dan Jiggets, William Jackson getting set for each game. On Wednesday, you'll hear from Jay Cutler in the offense. On Thursday, they concentrate on the D. That's every Wednesday and Thursday only on Comcast Sportsnet.
We showed you some great stats for the Bears, now some bad ones involving the White Sox. They entered the day ranked 12th in the American League in runs scored. That's out of 14 teams. Coming off a pair of games where they went just 4 for 24 with runners in scoring position, stranded 24 all told. As Chris Bowden reports, the season-long offensive struggles made this series against the first-place Tigers a whole lot less meaningful than everyone hoped.
It's been a tough year. You know, this is my 9th year being the hitting coach for the White Sox, and probably the biggest failure, if you want to use that word, as far as accomplishing our goal from what we thought we were going to do at the start of the season. This is, without a doubt, just an underachieving year.
The Sox longtime hitting coach has never backed away from facing the music or the chorus of boos directed towards the offense in general this season, and 2 players in particular. While Gordon Beckham has also struggled this season, Walker feels the bar should still be set differently for the second baseman compared to Adam Dunn and Alex Rios.
He's taken a step back. I think it's more mental than anything. I think his brain, through frustration and not really yet understanding how to deal with failure at this level, but he's going to learn. He's a tough kid. Down at heart, he's a tough kid that's going to play in this league for a long time. The 2 older guys, you got to go with the baseball card. They've produced over a long period of time doing it the way they've done it. And they'll have to decide at the end of this year how they want to approach the offseason, how they want to approach next year, and see. I know both of them should be driven to do better.
Walker can only shake his head at all the different things he has tried with his struggling hitters this season and jokes that he has aged like a president during a 4-year term. He's very well aware he could be told to walk after the season as the fall guy, but his extremely loyal boss knows it hasn't been for lack of effort.
Greg Walker's a better person than me, because he loved the White Sox, he loved the owners, loved the players, because if I was in that position, with that money he make, at least somebody else will do their job. I think Greg Walker is the only thing I can ask for. He did it. He's doing it. He take the kids out to practice. He taught the guys how to hit. He tried to help the best he can. He come here every day we don't miss one day. Try to help the ball club.
We fought the fight well, you know, and what the future holds, none of us know right now. But you know, we all respect the game, and I think we've accomplished a lot here so far in Chicago. Did we do everything we wanted to do? No, and we'll see what the future holds. You know, I think that you know, this off season's a big off season for all of us, and there's a lot of decisions to be made on which way they want to go, and we'll see how it all shakes out.
Covering the White Sox, Chris Bowden, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Chris, here's a look at where the Sox rank among all Major League teams in some of the top offensive categories. They're 21st out of 30 teams in runs scored, 23rd in walks. Surprisingly, the Sox have the second fewest strikeouts. It'd be even better if you took away Adam Dunn's 160. We're coming right back with more Sportsnet Central.
Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by GMC. We are professional grade.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, trade up to our best Sierra ever with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
We've all been there, face-to-face with the list, the honey-do list. But with CLR, it's easy to cut the list down to size. Start in the bathroom with that shower head. Give it a quick dip in some CLR and see how strong it can really run. CLR is great for the washer and dishwasher, too. Same thing with a coffee maker. For its best-tasting brew, use CLR to clean your tools and make them shine. And CLR is safe for the environment. CLR has what you need to make fast work of any cleaning job around your house. CLR is available at these stores.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
That should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Jennifer. Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
Welcome to Nissan.
Altimas, please.
There's so much to see. Nissan has a better availability of vehicles than Toyota or Honda. So you can save now. More cars, great offers, equals more savings.
Now get 0% on popular models or lease Altima, just $179.
Next stop, savings.
All right, we're back with something you probably have never seen. Wrigley Field turning into a driving range with the BMW Championship at Cog Hill this week. Defending champ Dustin Johnson joined Ernie Banks to kick off the tournament festivities. A few lucky golfers got a chance to tee it up, try for a hole-in-one. Now, nobody made it, but BMW made a $10,000 donation to the Evans Scholarship Foundation.
You know, it's pretty cool to come here for the first time. And, you know, of course, first day I come here, I get to meet Ernie Banks, you know, Mr. Cub. So it's, you know, that's pretty special.
It was all right. I mean, I was surprised that I had a chance to make that kind of contact to the ball. But it was fun. I enjoyed it, and I hope we do it again.
Now, do you replace your divots at Wrigley Field, or do you use the sand, do you think?
I think you better replace
I think you better, yeah.
It's a historic landmark.
Soldier Field's a whole different story. You can leave the divot right there. That's going to do it for this abbreviated edition of Sportsnet Central.
We've got much more on the Bears, Cubs, and White Sox. Stay with us. We're coming right back.
Hyper Loco, Chicago sports on the go. Be the first to know everything about your favorite teams, right from the palm of your hand. Your teams, right now. Download the free Chicago Sports app now.
To equip the Lexus ES with standard features more like the Mercedes C300, you'd have to take out the 6-disc CD changer and leather-trimmed seats. With the BMW 328i, you'd also lose the power moonroof and 17-inch alloy wheels. And some others in its class? Forget wood detailing or sound dampening windshields, to name a couple. But why would you want to do that? The Lexus ES. Standard is nothing short of extraordinary. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
With the Cash Spectacular instant game from the Illinois Lottery, there won't be just one millionaire. There won't even be 5 millionaires. We're talking 24 millionaires. Make that 25 millionaires. The $200 million Cash Spectacular. 25 millionaires, one game. Now that's spectacular.
As summer ends, winter is closing in. Are you ready?
Call 866 for Feldco.
Feldco will make this a September to remember. Save 25% on Feldco replacement windows. Plus, pay no interest until 2013.
Hurry! These unforgettable savings won't last long. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
So, what do you think? I'm not crazy about these light
Kitchen's
fixtures.
too small.
What's next?
607 Franklin Street. Seabass. I like it.
Yeah, I love the kitchen.
The EPA estimated 42 mpg highway Chevy Cruze Eco. Perfect for finding your way home.
Show your team pride. Submit your picture for the CSN Chicago Fan of the Week, presented by KFC and Taco Bell. Visit CSN on Facebook and post your picture to win gift certificates from Taco Bell and KFC. And be the CSN Fan of the Week.
Hello, I'm Giovanni Soto, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
This is Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC.
We get you started with this CSN score alert. White Sox and Tigers opening a 3-game series at U.S. Cellular Field. Did you know the Tigers hadn't won 10 games in a row in 43 years? We'll start you out with that fact, and then follow with an RBI ground out. Doesn't get any better than that.
No, it doesn't. Good guys.
Top of the second, Johnny Peralta takes John Danks deep to left center field, and that one is not coming back. 2-run shot, number 19 for Peralta. But the fireworks aren't done yet. The very next batter, Ryan Rayburn, also takes Johnny Danks deep to left, his 13th long ball of the season. Tigers up 3-1, top of the fifth. Now 7-2 Detroit. They're threatening to break it open. Wild pitch by the young Sox left-hander. Ryan Rayburn trots in from third. That made it 8-2, and it's now completely out of control. 14-3 Detroit. Tigers are batting in the top of the ninth inning.
CSN News Alert now. The Blackhawks will not have Patrick Sharp for the start of training camp this Saturday. He underwent an emergency appendectomy this evening after experiencing some abdominal discomfort at their golf outing this morning. The Hawks are expecting a full recovery in about 3 to 4 weeks, which could take Sharpie right up to the regular season opener, which is October 7th in Dallas.
Yeah, the newfound depth could be severely tested. Patrick Kane with the wrist injury, now Sharp with the appendectomy. Hopefully both those guys will be in the lineup. Thanks for joining us for this edition of Sportsnet Central, presented by GMC. Pat Boyle, Mark Shanowski, just a couple of guys enjoying Victory Monday here in the city of Chicago.
Yeah, unlike the Bears, we're actually working on this Victory Monday, but after that convincing 30-12 win over last year's top seed in the NFC, there's plenty to reflect on. Here's Kip Lewis.
Matt Forte continued to make his case for a new contract Sunday. Number 22 piled up 158 total yards on 21 touches, accounting for 41.9% of the Bears' net offense.
Having more reps underneath our belts, it's not our first year in the offense, and going all the way through the playoffs and kind of getting, Coach Marshall knows what he wants to do with each player now, and, just being comfortable in this offense.
His ability in this offense is endless. He's such a smart player, and he's so versatile. This offense really can't run without him back there.
If you look at what he did in college, you saw that. And almost from day one, he has excellent hands. And he can, and not only just catch the football, but, you can put him out, split him out, and you can't treat him like a big, stiff tight end out there. You have to treat him like a skilled receiver. And then to be able to, just going back to what he does, he can run in between the tackles. He can make you miss in open field. The guy does a lot for us.
Perhaps no single group was more impressive than the defensive front four. Much was expected from the group, and they delivered against the Falcons. Henry Melton had 7 quarterback hits with 2 sacks to lead the group, along with Julius Peppers.
Our D-line was what we did offensively was exciting for us on defense, and our D-line was, that's something to build on right there. You look at the way everyone's talking about Henry, Pep. Is Pep, we know what he can do, but all those guys up front played hard. Nick Reed came in, did a good job for us. Izzy always, I could name them all again like I did yesterday, but they all did a good job for us.
Starts up front, of course, got great pressure. We have talked a lot about Henry Melton because he's new, coming on the scene. I think he validated that a little bit, why we're so excited about what he can be. He had an outstanding game.
The Bears' offensive line also did a solid job protecting Jay Cutler. One of the 5 sacks came at the very end of the game when Cutler slid on a bootleg. Roberto Garza said on Monday that they can't allow their quarterback to get hit, but that he has seen improvement from the group. Regardless, it was a very good start for a group that has been highly scrutinized since the very beginning of training camp. From Hallis Hall, Kip Lewis, Comcast Sportsnet.
Kip, thank you. It was good to see Roy Williams get his Bears career off on a positive note. That is before he left the game with a strained groin. Lovey didn't update Williams' injury status today. He'll do that on Wednesday. Roy caught all 4 balls that Jay threw his way yesterday. Lovey likes Jay having that big target out on the field, and he doesn't mind Roy's first down signal.
Big target. And I think they kind of showed up a few times yesterday. But for Roy to get started, your first game. I was talking last Friday, seeing him with that little first down signal that he makes. I like it a lot more on this side of the ball, on this side of the field. But he had big plays yesterday that really kind of moved the chains. I just think he'll be another big target, for us.
Still to come, our Postgame Live crew of Howard Griffith, Jim Miller, and Dan Jiggets. They weigh in on the Bears' big victory. I don't know if I was more surprised with the way the Bears played yesterday or that Jiggets is now on Twitter.
That is something.
That is shocking.
That's a big development there.
Well, other developments like that a little bit later on in the broadcast.
And you know what his first tweet was? 16-0, my friend.
Give me the Kool-Aid, my friend.
Back to baseball. Just over 2 weeks left on the Cubs schedule before they begin what promises to be an off-season of change on the north side. First on Tom Ricketts' to-do list is hiring a brand new general manager. Then we'll learn the fate of Mike Quade and his coaching staff. Oh, and there's a couple of good first basemen on the free agent market. You might have heard of them. Guys named Pujols and Fielder, but we're getting way too far ahead of ourselves. Let's start with the 4-game series in Cincinnati. Cub hitters didn't waste any time jumping on Red starter Dontrell Willis. Yeah, that's the same guy who used to be good down in Florida. Top of the first, Aramis Ramirez sends one in the left field corner. Starlin Castro scores the first of many runs in this game. 2 batters later, Alfonso Soriano, he's having a strong finish. Base hit to left brings home Reed Johnson. Cubs will tack on another to make it 3-0 after 1 at bat. Bottom of the second now, 3-1 Cubs, and Brandon Phillips will tie it with 1 swing of the bat. Tape measure shot here. They say it was about 502 feet at the Great American Ballpark. That tied the game at 3. Top of the third, Cubs would get the lead right back. Willis, a little slow ball there, and Jeff Baker takes it the opposite way into about the 3rd row of the bleachers, and now it's 4-3. Top of the 4th inning. Cubs in front 6-3. Bases loaded again for Soriano, and he delivers. Hooks one down the left field line. That's good for a double. 2 more runs will cross the plate. Cubs now in front 8-3. Top of the 5th, the runs keep coming for Quade's crew. Castro absolutely crushes one to center field. That ball will wind up in the bullpen. A 2-run shot, Castro's 9th of the season. Rodrigo Lopez gave up 4 homers, 5 runs total over 5 1/3, and he is your winning pitcher tonight. 12-8 is the final score. All kinds of offensive heroes for the Cubs. Starlin Castro, a homer, 2 doubles, scored 4 times. Aramis Ramirez had 3 hits, including a homer and a double. He now has 25 jacks, 91 RBIs. There were 7 homers in all, 4 of them by Cincinnati, 2 for Brandon Phillips. Let's see what they do in Game 2 of the series tomorrow night. We have that game for you on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. David Kaplan, Todd Hollinsworth get you started with Pregame Live at 5:30. Then Len Casper and Bob Brenly have the call at 6 o'clock.
The Blackhawks aren't used to this long off season. After winning the Cup and enjoying a summer-long party in 2010, no parades this year, no tweeting that the Cup is at this bar, come hang with us. Instead, they've had 4 months to think about their Game 7 loss to the Vancouver Canucks. That's plenty of time to get them motivated for a return to the ice. David Kaplan has more.
Can't wait to begin. There's a lot to be excited about our season and really looking forward to it.
Joel Quenneville and the Blackhawks may have been on the golf course Monday, but all thoughts are on this weekend as training camp finally begins.
I feel stronger, quicker, but it seems like it just flew by. We came here for the convention and did all that, but I'm eager to go and I'm excited for the season.
We're a team that's going to contend for Stanley Cup, and you know, I feel with the group of players we have, the core that's been here, that've been there before, it's extremely exciting.
Start where we left off, and you know, obviously, hopefully make it a little farther than last year, and hopefully, you know, personally for myself, you know, just contribute more to the team.
The Hawks had a busy offseason reloading their roster, and with so many new players brought into the mix, there's guaranteed to be some healthy competition to dress for every game this season.
The spot's open, and you know what, you got to do everything 100% and show the coaches and the training staff and the GMs that you want to be here.
We have a lot of competition for jobs. I know we have a lot of guys that can play and make it tough on some of the decisions we have to make, but there is a lot of opportunity, and we're looking forward for the challenges. We'll see how the guys play as we go along here in camp.
Position battles begin on Saturday when the Training Camp Festival officially kicks off the Blackhawks season. I'm David Kaplan, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Capper. Hawks hold their physicals and media day this Friday at the United Center. Saturday, preseason officially gets underway. Training camp opens with their annual festival, which is sold out. Fans get to watch the first practice of the campaign. And the date that I know, Mark, you have on your schedule, yes, every Hawks fan does, season opener, October 7th in Dallas.
Well, Michael Jordan might be the greatest player in NBA history, but even that distinction couldn't save him from getting fined for speaking publicly about the lockout. That is a definite no-no. Jordan hit with a $100,000 penalty for telling a newspaper in Australia, of all places, that the NBA needs a lot of financial support and revenue sharing to keep small market teams like MJ Charlotte Bobcats viable. By the way, owners and players are set to sit down for another round of labor talks tomorrow. Hopefully, there'll be some progress to report. Still ahead, we're going to hear from our Bears post-game live crew who loved what they saw from the beloved in Week 1, including Mr. Optimism, Dan Jiggets, who says the D executed Lovey's game plan to perfection. Plus, a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. Tom Brady and the Patriots with a record-setting night, an offensive clinic down on South Beach. But first, here's tonight's U.S. Cellular text message trivia question. Who holds the NFL record for most rushing yards in a season opener? Is it Arian Foster, O.J. Simpson, Michael Turner, or Eddie George? Text the number of your choice to 29653. We'll have the answer later here on Sportsnet Central.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, trade up to our best Sierra ever with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Xfinity presents the boxing event of the year. Boxing's brightest star is back.
I'm undefeated. I am the star.
Boxing's newest star is a fearless knockout artist.
I have the power to end it all. Period. I'm gonna knock you out. I heard it all before.
Order Mayweather vs. Ortiz with your remote on Xfinity from Comcast.
When you visit the Amana Colonies Golf and Event Center, you're preparing yourself for a truly unique golfing experience. Along with a professional staff on hand to meet your needs, you'll also find 18 holes of serene beauty, masterfully designed to preserve the natural features of the land. A perfect location for corporate and group outings, the clubhouse offers a spacious banquet room with an in-house chef for on-the-course lunches and after-game dinners. The Amana Colonies Golf and Event Center, country club elegance and natural beauty, all at an affordable price.
What's the big news in priority mail flat rate boxes and envelopes from the Postal Service? Over 1 billion used. With envelopes starting at just $4.95, flat rate shipping is the hassle-free way to ship. Pass it on.
With flat rate boxes, there's no need to weigh anything up to 70 pounds. If it fits, it ships.
You ship all different sizes?
Distributor caps to brake shoes, so 4 box sizes come in handy. If it fits, it ships.
Documents to different states?
Coast to coast. With flat rate envelopes, I ship anywhere in the country, international too, for a low flat rate.
Now we'd like to pass on this offer to you. Call or go online to order your free flat rate shipping kit. You get free boxes, envelopes, and our helpful shipping guide. I'll even deliver them to your door for free. It's an offer too good to pass up.
Call or go online now to order your free Priority Mail flat rate shipping kit, only from the Postal Service, a simpler way to ship.
Welcome back. The red-hot Tampa Bay Rays on the road in Baltimore tonight. Top of the third, no score, 2 on for Ben Zobrist. Deep to left, off the wall, a 2-run double for Zobrist. Rays in front, 2-zip. Meanwhile, Jeff Neiman in control all night, bottom of the 7th. He makes the play on the ground ball by Robert Andino to end the inning. Neiman scattered 6 hits, 2 runs over 7 2/3. Rays win again, 5-2. They trail Boston by just 3 in the wild card. That's going to be interesting to watch that down the stretch. Tonight's GMC professional grade player is all-star Cub shortstop Starlin Castro. All he did tonight in Cincinnati was go 3 for 4 with a home run, 2 doubles, 3 RBIs, and 4 runs scored. Castro now has a 13-game hitting streak. He's batting an even .400 for the month of September. That is impressive stuff. All right, we know it's only 1 game, but the Bears sent a loud and clear message to the rest of the league with their resounding victory over Atlanta yesterday. For all of the experts who predicted them to fall back to the 500 mark after making it to the NFC Championship game last season, Lovey's guys made it clear they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Here's our post-game live team with more on the Bears' Week 1 statement.
So who says that Bears' early season schedule is difficult? They take care of the NFC top seed from a year ago, 30-12, and we're going to hear this all week long before that New Orleans Saints game. Pay the man. Pay the man, meaning Matt Forte, 158 all-purpose yards yesterday.
Once again, doing a tremendous job, not only in the run game, but also in the pass game, and that's what makes him special when it comes to him playing in this offense. The screenplay that he ran in for a touchdown, that's nothing more than an extension of a running play. Just a nice pass out into the flat. He continues to play well as he plays, and this offensive line continues to get better. I think this Bears offense is going to be stellar.
And Jay Cutler goes for over 300 yards. We question the offensive line. Would they be ready to go to start this campaign? And Lance Lewis goes down with that ankle injury. Spencer steps in. All in all, pretty good from Jay and that O-line.
Right. I thought they performed pretty well. And, you know, the tackles had some issues dealing with the speed rush on the outside. Gabe Creamy's going to get better at that. Jamarcus Webb's going to get better. But what did Mike Martz do? He called some screens, some draws, things to take the pressure off of Jay Cutler. And I thought Jay Cutler looked tremendous. I mean, knew where all his reads were down the field, never panicked, slid in the pocket, what he had to do to avoid any sacks. There were 3 on the day that I thought were the offensive line's fault, 2 on Jay's part, but he just dumped it down to the running back. He looked outstanding today.
Since Lovie Smith arrived here in 2004, he said, yeah, beat the Green Bay Packers, win the division. One of the other things he preaches is takeaways. They won the turnover battle once again yesterday, 3-1. And since 2004, nobody in the National Football League, since Lovie's taken over here in Chicago, has taken the football away more from their opponent than the Bears. 238 times now. Brian Urlacher was a big reason yesterday.
Yeah, you know, and one of the things that you're seeing out of this Bears defense, first of all, the defensive line is getting pressure on its own. If you can just rush those 4 down linemen and get the kind of heat and pressure that you saw the Bears getting on the quarterback, and that means that it frees those guys in the secondary, the linebackers up to make big plays, and that's exactly what happened. And then Brian scoops up one and just takes it in for the touchdown. That just adds to it. So you start adding it up. Okay, you got 3 turnovers, and you score on one of those opportunities. It's a beautiful thing, and that's how they'll win from a defensive perspective.
Now the Bears head to the Bayou to take on Drew Brees and the Saints. The Saints coming off that Thursday night loss at Lambeau Field, and they'll have certainly extra rest and plenty of motivation after dropping that first game when they take on the Bears.
Yeah, I think for the Bears, at least their offense prepared for a lot of blitz packages by Greg Williams, their defensive coordinator down there. And so, again, you got to be in shape. You got to be able to have those, the pass protection, protect Jay. When you look at the defense of the Bears, they're going to have to prepare for a quarterback who is sharp. You can't always guarantee that you're going to get turnovers. That's what the Bears want to do. But you look at the Thursday night game, Drew Brees didn't turn over the ball at all. And that was 42 times he threw the football. It was Marcus Colston that fumbled. So get some pressure on Drew Brees, get him feeling uncomfortable like they made Matt Ryan feel uncomfortable.
Colston will not be available for at least the next 4 weeks for the Saints. We will reconvene after the Bears and Saints go at it. We hope you join us on Bears Postgame Live.
All right, guys, sounds like a plan. Brian Urlacher turned back the clock with his dominant performance against Atlanta. He got things started with this acrobatic theft against Matt Ryan in the first quarter, the 19th pick of his NFL career. Then in the third, Urlacher put the game all but out of reach with his fumble recovery and touchdown. Head coach Lovie Smith says he's come to expect big things like that from number 54 every week.
Brian Urlacher was you know, when you get that type of applause when you come out of the tunnel, you're supposed to have a football game the way he did. He's a great player. He's been that way for a long time. And, you know, 10 tackles, of course, interception was a great play. And, of course, picking up the ball with the fumble recovery.
Tom Brady and the Patriots coming off their second straight early exit from the playoffs, beginning with a divisional battle against Miami. Third quarter, Pats up by 7 and driving. Tom Brady. His screen pass here is deflected and intercepted by Darren Odrick. And he's going to return to 39 yards to the Miami 9. That snaps Brady's NFL record of 358 regular season passes without a pick. Couple plays later, another Michigan guy, Chad Henne, 2. Brian Hartland. Henne, 30 of 49, 416 yards, 2 touchdowns. Pretty good stats, right? Yeah. Not compared to the dreamy one, Tom Brady. In the fourth quarter, after stopping Miami on 4th and goal from the 1, it's Brady looking for the former Dolphin, Wes Welker. And he's going to go 99 yards to the house.
Heard a big cheer in the newsroom during that play.
Yes, it was. 33 points in fantasy, in case you care. Longest play in Patriots history. Ties the longest pass play in NFL history. Brady's the 11th quarterback in NFL history to record a 500-yard passing game. 517, 4 touchdowns. Patriots win 38-24. Wow. Elsewhere in the NFL, slew of serious injuries. Tough news for Ron Rivera in Carolina. He lost linebacker John Beeson for the season with a torn left Achilles. In Kansas City, after getting humiliated by the Bills, Chiefs also lose Pro Bowl safety Eric Berry for the campaign after